Welcome to the work session of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners, County Commissioners. This is Tuesday, January 17th, and we're very excited for our first presentation, which is from Aspen Ski Co.
Come on up.
I'm looking forward to it.
For just a minute, I'll get it up on the screen.
I can talk while you.
And any staff can come up too. We got a couple extra seats, so
I don't need to be up there.
come on.
Oh, come on, Auden.
Came all this way.
Am I live? Can you hear me?
Oh, how about now? Red is good in this case.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see
Great,
you.
how are you?
Good to see you.
All right. Hey, everyone. Good to see you again. Thanks for having us. We are here, Aspen Skiing Company, as part of a tradition where we come annually and just have a conversation. We're starting with you, but we meet with all the elected bodies in the Upper Valley anyway, and just try to make sure we've got lines of communication open. We didn't meet with this group last year because we felt a little overexposed with all the Pandoras meetings, so we gave it a break. And anyway, so here we are now, and excited to be here. I'm joined by Chris Kiley. He's our Vice President of Planning. He's taken Dave Corbin's position. Dave retired. It was last October now, a year ago October. Oh my God, time flies. And also joined by Auden, who you know and recognize, and you'll hear from both of them. Before handing it to them, do we have a PowerPoint yet? Getting close. Well, I'll just jump in with that. It wasn't that important. It's really just a photo that shows a picture of myself and Jim Crown from the 75th anniversary, which was about a year ago, almost today. It was January 11th last year. We celebrated our 75th anniversary, which was a ton of fun. And the point of that slide is to say, while I am moving on at the end of this season, the Crown family most certainly is not. They are really as committed to this place as ever. They have a passion for this community, for the environment, I'd say they share our values. I think the values we share as a community, and in representing our employees and our constituents and everybody we get to live and work with in this valley. So as I'm sort of in this reflective mode and thinking back, I'm very grateful and first and foremost very grateful for having gotten the chance to work with Jim Crown and the whole family. And as I like to say, they just get it. And then second, very grateful to having gotten to work with you. Some of you have been working with a long time, others more recently, but the staff for quite a long time. And it's been really fun. It's been a really great group of people to work with, really across this community, that share, I think, a common vision. I think it is rooted in this Aspen idea about being more than just a place to recreate, a place to really engage the mind, the body, and the soul. And a place where we care. We care about doing the right thing and doing right by our community and the environment. And I think that's something that's not to be lost as we, especially, I'd say in this day and age, grapple with a bunch of challenges, right, that are sort of obvious. Okay, we'll do a quick catch up. There you go. Nice picture. Look at that. Hands up. We broke the bottle of champagne successfully.
After the bottle was
I
broken.
put on my helmet and goggles for that one, but it worked out okay. And then finally just showing,
that's a
an
gorgeous
aerial
photo.
photograph to show, how interconnected we all are in this place. And, I think, as I was saying, we're pretty self-critical as a community, and I think that's a good thing to a point, right? As long as it doesn't get us to this point of despair or lacking optimism, because I think optimism is critical, right? It allows us to be persistent, and it drives. At the end of the day, it's a key attribute of what I'd say is of grit. And I think this community, as I reflect back over the years, has demonstrated that persistence, that ability to prevail over the most difficult of challenges. I've only been here 30 years. Many of you have been here a lot longer. But if the 90s were the good old days, I guess I missed it. If the aughts were the good old days, I missed it. I think, look, we are living in these good old days, but obviously we face different challenges every decade, or in some case maybe the same challenges. We were talking about housing then, talking about transportation then, right? But I think it's important just to take stock a little bit. And, it was fun seeing Phyllis in the hallway. She gave me this medallion, and sort of commemorating the shared covert effort that we all had, the COVID response. And it really was one of those positive outcomes of COVID, where we were on those calls every week. We were collaborating. We were, sharing resources. We were all in it together. And I think we, as a community, really handled it as best we could. And I think we sort of reinforced and maybe built some new bonds that I think continue to serve us well. I think there's a long history of things that we've done together. We're coming into X Games now. I think it's the 21st X Games. It takes all of us to host that event safely and successfully, and in a way that has that premier event coming back year after year. But that takes all of us. Also struck looking back on the solar array project. That was a big one. I mean, that was a big dream, and working all of us with Holy Cross. I mean, to be on path on track to get to 100% renewable by 2030 is really phenomenal. I mean, that's a major achievement, and that solar array was a good example of that's a tough decision. You got a ton of feedback. And I think you made the right decision, but I appreciate that it wasn't an easy one, and hopefully we're helpful in that effort. I think we tend to overlook RAFTA and take it for granted. It's amazing what the partnership that RAFTA embodies, and the EOTC. And I know while we have much work ahead of us and the entrance to Aspen, and that's going to be a hot and live conversation going forward, we have the great foundation for it, and having that organization set up, having RAFTA so successful and effective. So my message is really thank you. Keep the faith, and I can assure you that the company is going to continue to be a great partner as we go forward. With that, I'll hand it to Auden. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your years.
Yeah,
That's an incredible photograph.
it's nice, right? Just
Yeah.
that Power 4 photo
Yeah,
that hangs in our lobby, and
yeah.
it's a good reminder. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead,
Who's
Auden.
controlling this thing?
I am.
Oh, you are?
You guys have taught him well.
So far. So I'm here to give you some kind of really inside baseball climate briefing here that you wonky, nerdy people will appreciate, but also to say that we're with you on how you and City of Aspen are approaching climate, and particularly as a model for others. And my first slide is, can you see that? Is this? Oh yeah. This is the holy grail of built environment climate solutions. Steve's nodding his head.
Been there.
Love HVAC
so
systems.
This is a heat pump made by Mitsubishi, which is one of the first cold climate heat pumps. Here it is operating in the snow at Hub. You see there are two types of heat pumps there. One is for domestic hot water, one is for space heat. This is in the Mid-Valley. This is what the future of climate solutions in the built environment looks like. Behind you, if you're looking at this heat pump, is 30 kW of solar. The whole roof is covered with solar. This is, again, our employee housing unit. But if you look that way, past the heat pump, there's there's Takaw, which is all electric too, with the exact same roof. And if you look to the left, there's a building that actually is heated by natural gas, but has heat pumps for part of the heating, for hot water, I believe. So we're getting there, and it's awesome. And the significance of Pickens County and Aspen, and this picture is, we're doing a hotel in California and we're doing one in Boulder. And the first things the engineers tell you when you say, we're going to do it, we're going to use heat pumps, it's going to be all electric. The engineers say, no, you can't do that in cold climates. And we show them this, and we show them Basalt Vista, and we show them other things in the Roaring Fork Valley, we're doing it. But nationally, people aren't thinking this way. So this is really important, and the critical role that we play as a county, as a region. And this is the same thinking that's being brought to the airport committee, which I am serving on delightedly. That's a model, and it will educate the public, and that building is going to be amazing. So that's our role, and we're here to support you on that. Next one.
Can I ask real quick, where in California?
Mammoth.
I was hoping you were going to say Big Bear Lake, but I guess that's a little small to start out with.
Yeah. So the other thing we have upcoming in the next few months, we have 2 speakers coming to Limelight at my Aspen U series, and the one on March 23rd you should know about. And Scott, this is the one I was going to mention to you. This is a guy named Doug Koplow, Koplow, from a group called EarthTrack, and he's the U.S. expert on fossil fuel subsidies. Globally, the International Monetary Fund did a report. There are $6 trillion in subsidies of fossil fuels. We will never solve the climate problem if we continue to subsidize a 130-year-old industry that is the most profitable in the history of commerce. Now, the good news is the right and the left all agree we should get rid of subsidies. So this is the ultimate bipartisan thing. The reason I'm bringing it up is this is right up your alley. It's relevant to the climate conversation. No one would ever go see this speaker unless I urge you to do it, because nobody knows who he is. But he is the guy. On February 2nd, we've got Phil Henderson, who led the first all-black American team on Everest. They summited. And he's an amazing guy who's a Knowles instructor for some 30 years, wonderful person. He'll be here February 2nd, Limelight. It's all free. You drink beer while you listen to the speaker, and then you hang out with the speaker after. So those are more examples of the opportunities we have here in the county.
Can we make sure we're in the emails on those?
When's the first one? that you
February
mentioned?
2, and this will all,
And then the other one's March 23rd?
March 23rd, February
can-
2. This will all be in the paper. Scott, you'll be covering it probably. We'll make sure it gets out,
Great.
and it'll be out on social media. The other piece is, just so you know, we've always been thinking big on climate policy, and we for years said, well, it's all about federal policy, but we never got anything done on federal policy, so that was sort of an empty promise. But as you know, we've been involved with a group called Protect Our Winters for many years, and Protect Our Winters was closely tied to the Inflation Reduction Act. And as that was going through, you may remember that it became a swing vote in West Virginia. And Joe Manchin said, I'm not going to vote for it. Protect Our Winters, working with Alterra, partner of Aspen Skiing Company, and an organization that starts to think big picture because we've been telling them to since we founded them, reached out to the CEO of Snowshoe, the ski resort in West Virginia, which is a big deal in West Virginia, and said, this is important. Here's a 2-page letter. You've got to get this to Joe Manchin. Well, that CEO knew Joe Manchin, got the letter to him, and Manchin's vote flipped. It was not because of that letter, but what's different today than from 25 years ago when we started this work on climate is you can't, as an American politician, take a climate denial position, oppose legislation without consequences. It used to be you could say whatever you wanted, you could vote against anything and no one would care. But in the case of Manchin and then Sinema, who Powell also leaned on using athletes from Arizona after she became the swing vote, they took these positions and got hammered. They got hammered by Bill Gates. They got hammered by business people in West Virginia. Powell and ski resorts hammered them. And the point is, Bill McKibben has said, the zeitgeist changed. This is a new world where when you don't do something right on climate, you get pounded, and when you do, you get complimented. So again, this is an amazingly exciting time. When we all started thinking about climate again, 25 years ago or longer, there were no articles in the paper. Have you read the papers in the last week? Every day there's a major piece on what's happening in Europe, which is there's no snow. Literally every day a major piece. Washington Post, The Guardian, New York Times, it's incredible. Yesterday I talked to the BBC. The day before we talked to the AP. Our phone is ringing off the hook. So point is, Pickens County is a center for the fix, for the solution, for thinking about this, and for putting in place these models for the rest of the world. We're doing it, you're doing it. There's all kinds of opportunity for collaboration going forward. That's it.
That's it?
That's all I got.
We'll soapbox out for a moment.
Francie, may I?
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
Well, you know, I went over to the Mountain 2030 conference in Breckenridge, and it was amazing the difference what skiers are touting compared with the Aspen Ski Company has done. It was, I know that there were some concerns about what was being, it was very hard at times to be sitting in the audience not going, what are you missing? You know, you're just saying, oh, we're going to look at composting, and oh, we're going to look at recycling. And I'm like, really?
That's the one I wrote you from.
Yeah.
Right.
Why aren't you there?
So
It blew us away. Francie and I kept looking at each other like, what time frame are we in? Did we like lapse, you know, like
Right.
20 years
You're
back?
making a point that's been very frustrating to us for 2 decades, which is other businesses, not just ski resorts, say, we care about climate, here's our solution. We're gonna cut our carbon footprint. That's not a climate solution, that's business. It saves you money, it gives you good PR, but it doesn't solve a global problem. Remember, $6 trillion in fossil fuel subsidies. So we're talking about big picture fixes that move the system. When we do an electric building, it's not to cut our carbon footprint, it's to model for the rest of the world. So that difference has really frustrated us, because one ski resort can be claimed to be super green, but we're doing the hard, difficult work of driving that change. An example of that happened here. Those of you, I think you were all here for the solar array series of meetings. Those were incredibly uncomfortable. My blood pressure was through the roof. We had people in the company, in my company, who opposed it. It was brutal, but it was public process and it was the right thing to do. We got it done, and actually, guess what? It doesn't look that bad. So that's the kind of thing we're doing. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm gonna pass this off to Chris. Chris is now working on another electric building, the crappy green building at Snowmass, like one of the worst buildings we've ever featured at Aspen Skiing Company. It's rebuilt, it's all electric. This is all done by the planning department, and importantly, again, when we started this work, it was one guy, Chris Lane or me, pounding on the builders to do something. I had nothing to do with this project. It will be all electric. Are we converting the kitchen to electric at Bumps, or did we?
In process.
Okay, so we're moving that to an electric kitchen. Electric commercial kitchens are the future, but chefs don't know how to use them. So we'll have a demo kitchen. People can come in and cook on induction stovetops and so forth. So super exciting.
You said the crappy green building at Snow.
Buttermilk,
You
you
meant
meant
Sorry, Buttermilk, my bad.
I'm going, which, God, I'm
Yeah.
missing that
I'm
one.
sure we have one at at Snowmass.
Well,
too.
you used to have one. I remembered it
They call
well.
it the green ghetto.
The green.
Yeah, you walk through the mud to get there, and you walk through the mud to get out of there.
Right.
I have a
Flip of
question
the
for you,
tongue.
Auden, before
Yeah.
we go to Chris, if you don't mind, Chris. So we're talking about doing all this electrification on a grid that wasn't designed to be the only supplier of energy in the valley, so, or around the world. But, so just in the valley, how are we doing with the capacity of the grid in terms of all these projects?
So grid capacity, as I understand it, we're very close with the CEO of Holy Cross. We talk to Brian all the
He's
time.
great.
We're going to be able to manage that. I think if Denver goes to all electric tomorrow, they're going to have a problem. But the deal is, some of you have dug in on electrifying your house, just converting, say, forced air gas to a heat pump. It's a tricky problem. There are no contractors who can do it. You can't find the equipment and so forth. So it is going to be a very slow path. New buildings will electrify. We'll put EV chargers on the grid. but that's moving slow as the grid is modernizing.
Yeah, I just tried to do that at my house, and I couldn't get anybody to put a heat pump in, and they said, there's a person up here who has a huge mansion who's waiting for heat pumps to be viable
Right.
in cold climates, and that,
Okay,
you
so,
know.
right, my slide.
Yeah,
is answer
exactly.
one.
I
But
just sent it to him.
But answer two is this important public policy question that can be addressed here, which is as follows. There aren't enough, there's literally, I got this, Francie, the same question yesterday from John Powers, who has a ranch and rifle. And he said, I can't find the engineer. Please, 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 please get me the guy. We have the guy. And I'll email it to you. But there's one dude. And it needs to be, we need at the city, county, multiple county, regional level, we need to somehow incentivize training and installation. And what's cool about, say, Hub is we trained the guy. Like, he is now an expert, but we need to rinse and repeat if we hope this to happen. So that's the barrier right now, is the misconception. We can get past that, but then the lack of expertise in installation.
Yeah.
I
Kelly?
guess I'll just comment. I wonder if there's an opportunity there with CMC, because we've had success as far as like focusing on more programming for caseworkers, focusing on more programming for childcare, you know, to really kind of create that pipeline.
I think it's worth poking around on, and we can, and you can, because honestly, we struggle to, so we have 260 buildings. We need a lot of heating and ventilation technicians to take care of them. Because part of efficiency in climate is your building running well? Like, I guarantee we could go into any building we own and make it work better, probably 10% just by tweaking it. We can't find those guys.
Yeah.
That, and women, that's a housing thing, it's a training thing. So yeah, the beauty of that kind of a program at CMC would be, and you get a job, and it's actually gonna pay you pretty well.
Great,
The
thanks.
bonus.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, everybody. It's hard to believe that I've been back for a year already after 10 years out of the Valley. David deciding to step down opened up the opportunity to come back with my wife, Crystal, and our two small girls who are native Southern Californians but are really adapting well to the Valley, skiing, loving the outdoors, meeting tons of new people in the public school system. We're thrilled to be back and feel like we've reestablished ourselves. We've also been focusing inside the ski company on, within the planning department team, on delivering a handful of pretty significant projects. So I'll touch briefly on a couple of our bigger ones. Pandoras, we've wrapped up year one of 2 of construction. It's 150 acres.
Do I have to leave the room?
It's just an update.
Just an
We're not
update.
gonna make any decisions.
I just want to make sure we keep it clean.
It's clean, we're good.
Good, go ahead.
As you know, all of the new terrain is above 10,000 feet in elevation, and is situated with an ideal aspect for holding early and late season snow. We'll be constructing this coming summer. We'll be putting in a new detachable quad chairlift. We're in anticipation of this coming construction season. As with last season, we're closely collaborating with the U.S. Forest Service and Pickens County staff on our construction management plan. We've started our initial discussions for this upcoming season, but I'll touch on what we did and what we accomplished this past summer season. So we focused on clearing the site and getting it ready for our new lifts and our 2 new runs. We took 20 acres of dead, diseased, and dying trees and mulched them up and spread it out over the site. And I'll show you a picture in just a second of what we did. We also took out 33 total truckloads of timber, and are really pleased that we were able to find local uses for all of that timber. Several of those truckloads went to a local nonprofit, the Farm Collaborative, for use in their new structure. We also delivered some timber that we cut into firewood and delivered some neighbors on the backside of Aspen Mountain. And the remaining timber was sent to a local mill where it's being used for all kinds of projects, from decks to fencing and other local-oriented projects. Here's a look at some of our work in progress. You can see some of the new trails and the lift alignment on the left side of the pictures with that mulched, dead, disease, and dying product spread out to help accelerate the re-veg. We also constructed our new access road down to the bottom. You can see the bottom right picture is our retaining wall, pretty steep, to say the very least, but we've now got reliable ski return trail back down to the bottom of the lift that we'll be completing this coming summer along with the rest of our glading, and with the intent of opening up for skiing a little under a year from now. As far as skiing this year goes, our focus is on learning how to control and mitigate avalanche risk on the new terrain. So patrol is really focused on getting in there and learning. That said, we've put ropes and 2 access and 2 exit gates in place. When those gates are open, people can go in and ski in the Pandoras area, and there's defined signage for where to get back out and re-enter the ski area. When those gates are closed, we're asking people to stay out of that because patrol, again, is in there trying to learn how to do avalanche control and otherwise learn the ins and outs of the property.
Can you show where the trees have been cleared? You got a map of that, right? Is there a map of just? I'm wondering where did the
Well,
where did the timber
we
come
can
out?
take a look just on this. You see the either graphic works. So we've cleared the lift line, which on this drawing that we're looking at is 2B. We've also cleared the primary trail, which is 1R, as well. This coming summer, we'll be doing more glading in the remaining areas that are in the darker yellow and the blue.
Hey, Chris, those gates, when they're open, it's still backcountry terrain, and it is not controlled, so
Yeah, no,
just to
thanks.
be very clear.
Not controlled and not patrolled this year. And then finally, we've added a hard closure line at the bottom of the Pandoras area with signage reminding people that there's no exit, no return to the ski area, and no patrol.
Can I ask a question just about regarding that? You know, it's almost like it's creating a nuisance and opening up these trails, but not open for business yet. So are you comfortable with the way this is being controlled, so people know that it's out of, what do you call, off-piste, out of bounds, whatever your terminology is? The biggest concern is that somebody goes in and gets caught in an avalanche back there, because now there's this new Pandora's is calling to them, right? How comfortable are you with the way that it's being managed, so we can try to do our absolute best to avoid that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely backcountry terrain. It's roped and signed that way. And it's one of the reasons actually we have it here. We're trying to just reinforce that message because, as you say, now as you look over, it's easier to see, oh, that looks open over there, whereas before it was what we saw the pictures before.
New trails, yeah.
So yeah, really important that people, as always, obey all closures and boundaries and know before you go if you're going to leave the ski area, and it's clearly leaving the ski area. So that's the way we're managing it. So far, you know,
No
we've had a
negative
couple
reports.
people back there. I don't call it accidental. People back there who probably shouldn't have been. We get that, you know, every year as we talked about, right? And that's
You
part
mean
of
in
this.
terms of their capability?
Yeah, and preparedness, right? Having
Yeah.
a pack.
So this is kind of like, it's not like sneaking into Highland Bowl, it's more like sneaking into Maroon Bowl, for instance, if you were to go in there now. I'm trying to just create the analogy so people understand the gravity.
Yeah,
of
they should think about it that way.
the consequences of what
Yeah.
if they're thinking about, you know, let's go check it out.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted some clarity
Yeah,
on it.
no,
'cause
thanks for pointing it out.
Also touch briefly on Buttermilk, our other big construction project this year. This has been 20 plus years in the making. I started working, I think back when Mike was still in ski school on designs for Buttermilk in '97 when I first joined the ski company. So it's incredibly exciting to see it coming to fruition, and it's been a full-on sprint since closing day last April to get this done. And without question, we would not be here today without the great working relationship that we've had with the Pickens County staff, up and down across all departments. It's been a challenge for us, and we've had to respond and react to a lot of unanticipated circumstances, and the team at Pickens County has been great with us just in terms of communication and being flexible as we've had to move an inspection or respond to this, that, or the other thing. And we are almost there. But before I talk about what we've delivered, I want to talk about what we took out. So as Auden took my thunder, we finally got to get rid of our oldest, stinkiest building in the fleet, the green building.
We saved the rat traps, though.
Not only did we save the rat traps, I believe we upcycled those and they have been repurposed. But this was the first project to go through the county's Green Halo
God, I
program.
remember that building.
And so in many ways, we were the guinea pig and worked really closely with staff to not only meet but exceed all of the goals for diversion from the landfill. Huge amount of building materials got taken out and reused either within the ski company or donated, sold, or upcycled. Part of the green siding from the old building are now a series of planters in our project manager's yard. Some of the tables and chairs from Bumps went to a startup restaurant in Rifle. Windows from Bumps, which we replaced as part of the project, were turned into a greenhouse for somebody who's cooking or who's growing herbs for use in local restaurants. So it's just a fantastic diversion. And I don't have the final numbers, but they're really impressive. I'm looking forward to coming back with how we did on this job. In addition to the taking the building down, we also just ran into a ton of conditions along the way. Found all kinds of unsuitable dirt that wasn't suitable for use as structural fill. Fortunately, we were able to find local receiver sites, so we kept that out of the landfill.
What makes dirt unsuitable?
Didn't have the compressive strength to be able to hold a new building.
It was like silt, you mean, like just?
Knowing our history, there was, I think, a lot of junky stuff in
I
there
see.
that we couldn't quite filter out to then be able to use the good dirt. We found a buried oil tank. I do not think that we upcycled that tank and put it back into use. We did this in April and May, so we had an entire mountain melting and draining into our building, so we had tons of groundwater. We had equipment delays, supply chain, we had labor issues, and we had just an unbelievably wet construction season. All of those things came on an already compressed schedule. However, we're doing it. And right before Christmas, we opened the renovated Buttermilk Mountain Lodge, formerly Bumps. It's completely done inside and out. We tightened the envelope of the building. As Auden said, we're in process of converting that kitchen to being all electric. As we go through replacing kitchen equipment on our regular life cycle, we'll be converting fixed gas appliances to electric appliances. Completely new dining room. We redid the bathrooms, new back of house space for the employees and for the kitchen. This building is really set up for the next 20 to 30 years, and we're really proud of the way that it looks. In addition to that, this week, we're going to be taking possession and occupying the new guest services building, the new green building. That's a new one-stop shop for tickets, rental retail, bathrooms. It's got lobbies. There's a picture of it on the right on your screen as we're frantically trying to install light fixtures and furniture. That is going to be a beacon, particularly for the never-ever skier who shows up at Buttermilk and doesn't know anything about skiing other than they want to learn. You get to go into a big, wide-open room where somebody will greet you, be able to point you towards ticketing or towards rentals, or a locker where you can keep your shoes for the day. We think that it's really going to simplify and improve that first impression of skiing. It's also going to function along with Buttermilk Mountain Lodge as we think the community living room for skiers in the valley. Everybody hangs out there after ABSC. I get to do that now. And so we're really trying to program it so that it's friendly and inviting for locals and for visiting skiers together to come and take a load off while the kids are skiing, or as you can see on the screen, our new garage door in Buttermilk Mountain Lodge opens right up to the half pipe and being able to watch the terrain park. So a really comfortable place to kind of sit, relax, unwind, and bring the family back together. Last thing that I've got to touch on is with the Buttermilk base completed, we're going to start turning our attention towards updating our mountain master plan. That'll be a 2024 activity for us. Right now, we're focused in the planning department on our Snowmass Mountain Master Plan update, which we're going to take to the town of Snowmass Village here shortly. Then we'll turn our attention towards updating the mountain and hope to bring it to you to start discussing with you and the Forest Service probably in 2024. That's my update. Thanks.
Go, Patty.
You know, we've tried to rename Buttermilk before. It's still gonna be Bumps, I'm sorry. I can't tell you how thrilled I am that you're near closure, because it was 24 years ago we started remember we had the
Kayak?
temporary building, no, remember we
Oh.
had the temporary kids' ski school building that was temporarily a long time?
Temporarily 11 years maybe or something like that.
And we couldn't wait till we were actually there. And it's
Two
a
double As,
great building
more.
because I picked up grandkids there for
Yeah.
ski school. It's great fun. It's great when there are no parents allowed, you know, and the kids go off on their own. So it's really exciting to see it. I can't wait to actually come see it. And I remember seeing Mr. Lang in the green building a lot, and I bet he misses it terribly.
Not in the least.
So I think that's pretty cool. And real quick, I want to throw out a huge thank you. So far, so good, I think, with the kiosk at the airport. That was
Oh,
a
great.
great idea, whoever came up with that, to help people so they don't have to make extra trips while they're in town. And so far, so good. I hear it's working well. So I think that was a pretty cool idea, the all 15 square feet that you guys are renting from us at this point. We appreciate the revenue.
Steve?
Our pleasure. Thanks for
I wanted
making it
to
available.
find out how things are going on the Aspen Mountain Master Plan upgrades. I think you probably finished your snowmaking stuff. The Buckhorn cabin, I don't know what you were maybe gonna put a new building in there, but what's the status of that and of the Ruthie's, or I don't know if it's Ruthie's or Bonnie's restaurant, the one lower
Got it.
down on the
Ruthie.
mountain.
Sure, Steve. We did finish our copper snowmaking project, and we're looking ahead to what we might want to do next in terms of the approved snowmaking up there. Increasingly, our focus is on looking for reliable, high elevation skiing as well as sensible return. And now we've got good, reliable top to bottom, so we want to be thinking about what our next investments might be, and they're probably going to be higher on the mountain to ensure that early and late season terrain. Buckhorn is not currently on the books for us. We did a small remodel little over a year ago, and are still trying to learn what we might want to do at Buckhorn longer term, but we haven't started drawing anything yet. And similarly with Ruthie's, the reactivation of Ruthie's is a really exciting idea. We're working closely with Lift One Lodge and with the new owners at Gorsuch to try to understand their timing for the base area development and when the lift might come in. And part of that idea is to re-energize, reactivate the Ruthie's restaurant. But we haven't started drawing anything, so we're kind of waiting to see what the schedule unfolds like at the base, and then respond and react accordingly to that.
And how about the ski patrol headquarters at the top?
You're trying to get us in
Also-
trouble with the patrol, aren't you?
I have some ideas about that building.
It's a long line. Not drawing anything currently, but starting to take some input. One of the things that we want to do from a planning perspective, and then we'll be putting it into motion, is thinking about how the summit of Aspen Mountain functions as a whole. With Pandoras coming online, we know that there's opportunity to do some upgrades, some remodel at the sun deck, continue to work on our landscaping, appearance, and activities up at the top of the mountain. So we really want to do a kind of a holistic master plan for how we complete the top of the mountain, and patrol will be a part of that discussion.
Okay, well, maybe the existing patrol headquarters could become a museum or something.
I've got some ideas for you. I got kind of an affinity towards that building for some reason.
Me
But-
too.
Thank you.
And Steve, towards the point about the museum, we're also working with the Aspen Historical Society as they start their programming for the museum, anticipated at the bottom of 1A, and that's going to be a really exciting project.
I just found my 1980s Bogner cowgirl ski one-piece suit that I'm thinking of donating.
I think they've been
I
looking
think it's
for one.
historic.
You gotta wear it and we'll do a wax.
Yeah, it definitely
Replica,
doesn't
yeah.
fit, but somebody might fit my granddaughter who's 6, but I don't know. Almost 6.
Is that it, Skiko?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was super fun to
Questions,
listen
Kelly?
to. It's
Kelly,
great
you
to
have
hear the
questions for
Skiko's doing well.
I had some things I want to ask.
Great.
Great. Thank you, all three of you. I'll address to all three. Little things to throw out, just observations. Is the cat on Loge done? Is it gone forever?
I don't know.
I'm hopeful.
That is gone.
I haven't seen the cat on Loge.
For the bull cat, you mean?
Yeah, the bull cat.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is early season. You
Never
gotta,
really needed it.
We gotta be able to, yeah, and you gotta be able to build the road. But we've
Okay.
had a little delay in, like, everything, supply chain issues, and our
But it's never
grooming
coming
cats
back.
coming in, and then those cats come off the grooming fleet, so been a little bit of delay. I think it's ramping up now, but I don't know. I don't know the
You mean-
exact
You
timeline.
mean you are bringing it back?
Yeah.
Oh, I was hopeful that it was just.
Oh, yeah.
Let's save some diesel fuel, even if it's French fry. Why
I
not?
know. We have this debate internally.
Okay, I'll add to the external.
It-
That was one of them. Electrification, I love hearing whenever you guys talk about that, it's music to my ears. I've got a heat pump. I love it. The biggest problem is sourcing them, making them affordable. Do you guys ever place massive orders for heat pumps, and could the community join in and do like a scalable big order? Like, could we start working together on things like that where let's try to bring down the cost? And just thinking there are opportunities, because you want to change policy nationwide. We're more focused in the valley on the county trying to get stuff done, whether we're electrifying the library or, but there's always, it'd be great if we could work together if it'll bring down the price, for instance. Just something I wanted to throw out
That's a
there.
good idea.
Kelly mentioned CMC. There's a call out. We need electricians nationwide. We need people that go to, whether you're going to become an electrical engineer at a university or become an electrician as an apprentice. Like, this is the sort of thing we should all be promoting with CMC and with the high school and others. Like, do you guys ever go to the high school and pitch them on really valuable trades like that? Just that, there's so many things we could do locally which will help set this example you speak of. And when we talk about how we think we're special and we've set a great example, there are other times where I think our community is actually falling short. Maybe we think we're ahead when we're not. You guys probably see that, and I think it'd be good to call us on that as often, or call the community on it as often as we compliment the community on the things that we're doing well. Like, it's so great to hear that we've been thinking about these things for years that other communities are just coming online with, whether it's affordable housing or electrification or climate. But there are also other ideas from elsewhere that we could probably benefit from. And that brings me quickly to transportation. We're still going to try to figure out how to get people from the airport to the ski areas and the hotels, and I'm hoping you guys are big players in that and contributors to the conversation, because you're in the transportation business, right? At the end of the day, so I'm hoping you'll be part of that. I love hearing about the development of the new train above the rain-snow line. High elevation makes a lot of sense, and I think that's why I'm glad to see you moving there. I did want to ask about, I forgot to ask about Ruthie's. I'm glad Steve did, but I know Bonnie's lease is up in a couple years. What's gonna happen there? Do you have any projections? And that's after your tenure. You don't have to say anything.
We hope Bridget stays for a long, long time. So.
Okay, can we like change the sign then and call it Bridget's for a while?
I think she likes Bonnie's.
Let me see if there's anything else yet. I thank you for indulging me. This is great to have you guys here. It's great to see the pictures of Pandoras. It's also really good to hear that we can have an impact outside the valley by demonstrating that it's doable. Expanding the grid, like one of the reasons RAFTA doesn't have more electric buses in service is we don't have the chargers in service. We're working on that, but it's one of those things where we've got to build the infrastructure before we can put the EVs and the buses on the road. We recently bought an EV for my family, and what's interesting to find out is that the chargers between here and Denver are all busy. Like we need to keep hammering on that, and that's of course something that you guys have some influence with and can hopefully help with EV infrastructure build out, and even for the bus system.
Let me give you a quick, part of the bus deal is the buses are expensive.
Yeah.
But so in the diesel scandal VW thing, Audi and VW created a group called Electrify America, which does fast charging. We're in touch with them because they want a model station in the valley, ideally in Aspen.
Great.
And that would be imagine a gas station with 6 fast chargers. Right now there's 1 fast charger for EVs in Aspen. And if you want to get it, good luck. So we had trouble getting it in Aspen. Picking County, the place for it would be the Buttermilk lot. I've been in touch with Brian Pettit, but you're rethinking that whole thing and want a standardized charger, so that's a year out. So we're looking in Snowmass right now to put that in. But then in a year we could put another, because what you're going to need is these banks of fast chargers. So that's one example of that infrastructure. And what's cool about it is Electrify America installs and owns it. It's a business model, and then they charge for the charge, and that's how it works.
Unless you own a VW, then it's free for the first 3 years.
Right.
It's
The rest
really
of your
interesting that
life.
you said that, because at the EOTC meeting a couple of meetings ago, I had questioned whether or not it's incumbent on governments to provide charging stations. It seems to me that is a private sector opportunity for gas stations that already exist, and oil companies. And so I'm still wondering, why are we taking it on as a government, as a county or a municipality, to provide all the charging stations when the opportunity is there for the free market?
We could take the $6 trillion subsidy we give to the gas companies now and give it to the electric companies. How about that?
Well,
That
what,
would be great if we had control like that.
what about the chargers we're putting in at, I think, we're trying to put in the infrastructure at the Intercept lot,
Oh,
the
Intercept.
Brush Creek Park and
Those
Ride,
would-
excuse me,
Yeah.
old school again.
Level
The
2.
problem is it's a wave, and we're ahead of it, and we'll be behind it. So, role of government, space, because in this area, that's the problem. So you could give them the space in, say, Rodeo Lot or wherever you choose, and then they do the thing. So it looks like that'll play out, but in this gap, I think government has to fill the gap.
So it'd be a private-public partnership.
Yeah,
which
this would
we
be
encourage and
this would be an
incentivize.
example of that.
Yeah, which is a
But
great
if I
idea.
could just to
Yeah, go
finish
ahead.
that, I know Cora's had this conversation also, and one of the arguments was, wouldn't it be great if we could actually own those chargers and receive the income from them, rather than having someone else taking the money out of the
You
community?
can do that.
That it'd be.
You'd have to install them yourself. You can do that through ChargePoint. We have stations we could charge on,
could
but
do
we
it.
offer it for free right now.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate all that. Yeah.
Us too.
There are only 3 Electrify America chargers between here and Denver. One's in Glenwood, one's in Frisco, and one's in Denver.
The drive
So-
to Denver is desperate. It's supposed to not be. It's already supposed to have been built out. It hasn't been.
Right. Well, that's great. I've asked them also to come and do something here.
Oh, you've asked Electrify America?
I've written them, but just on
We-
one of their
we-
online things.
We
but
have them wanting to come, so we'll get them and do a community
Can
event.
I write a letter?
No, we can make it happen.
Okay.
Hey, can I respond to 2 things you said?
Please. Yeah.
One is, on the heat pump bulk purchase, I'm not sure that gets us there, but the IRA gets us there, this new federal bill. And to Core's credit, they are saying, we're gonna be the center of understanding how that works and how to get the money to the people, to the governments, to the entities that wanna use it. So that's how I think we'll see more heat pumps come in. Corps is going to play a role in that. And then on your really important point of self-criticism, you know, my criticism is we think we're the center of the universe. And the way I present it, it sounds like we are, but we're not. And we have all kinds of problems. I'm going to share with you an article from the Atlantic that talks about how the very same environmentalism that did historical preservation and growth restrictions in the 70s and 80s led to the housing crisis and homelessness in America. This was what we did in Pickens County. To some extent, we're still doing it. And the guy pushing back on that really seriously is sitting behind me, Michael Miracle, who's working on the growth committee at Pickens County. And that's an opportunity to rethink a lot of what we perceive of as environmentalism. And more, I've been in the environmental world since I was a kid, but I find myself battling the environmental community. In Mammoth, we're fighting the water district to try to do geothermal. We were fighting people for solar. I lost a fight on hydro, you know, against my peers in the environmental community. So we're definitely battling old versus new thinking on what matters environmentally and how to get there. And that's the great challenge for Pickens County, I think.
God, Mammoth is built on geothermal.
It's a volcano.
I know. I mean,
Yeah.
if you've ever been there, it's steaming, like all the time.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to John Peacock, who I think he's been waiting for a while. And then Kelly, and did you want to speak, Michael?
If I
Just
You
jump
need to
in
come
here.
to Mike, but John Peacock
just want to
was stuck in the accident in Glenwood Canyon, so everybody knows that.
two things to Greg's points and the point about the heat pumps and the expertise. This growth management work, you know, there's a strong desire that's been expressed among the builders there to say, hey, create some incentives for us to help drive innovation. You move your building code and this work into, hey, you've got to have heat pumps. Then all the contractors are going to help solve the problem, right? And the builders, they're going to go out and train and help create the expertise because they're going to be required to continue in business here. So you have a tremendous opportunity there on that front. And a desire has been expressed by the folks in the room. They want to do the right thing. They just want some incentives. And then to your transportation point, Greg, I think, you know, do you guys have later today a joint meeting with Aspen City
Yes,
Council?
we do.
Yeah. You know, I think that there remains a tremendous opportunity for some shared infrastructure that is transit infrastructure between the lumberyard and the airport. And you know, I think you've heard me talk about some of Edward's ideas, and they are really brilliant ones. And it's been hard for us to have them get an airing, but he has a shared infrastructure plan that is really quite brilliant. So I think trying to do something together there would meet both goals of the airport and the lumberyard being a truly, not just transit adjacent, but a truly transit cultured development.
This is Edward Olemans.
Yeah.
Can we get him in here and talk to us?
You know, yeah, I mean,
If
I'm
we
going
ask
to
him.
meet with him tomorrow morning actually to kind of continue to talk about how to get the ideas in front of the right people.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well, 3 commissioners
That'll be
ask
great.
for it, it'll happen.
yeah, that's true.
Well, as long as we can alleviate the 100 million signals we're going to have between Truscott and the airport, I'm game for looking at any other
Well,
solutions.
you know, an under or overpass that is about serving transit will give you much better return on your investment than an underpass at Buttermilk would. Many times over in terms of achieving community goals.
I'll really look forward to that.
We could just move those utilities in a much easier, less expensive manner.
So
We have
last
So
week,
John,
utilities.
are you
Yeah,
still
I'm
going?
just gonna say, if you're gonna reach out to CMC, or the CMC part of your mix regarding training chefs in electric cooking and, you know, all the stuff they're doing. It'd be great if we had that sort of program
And I
with
need to
them.
take the class.
Okay.
No, and we talk to them regularly, and we've been working on the culinary program for a while,
Yeah.
and that's also part of BUMPS. It's obviously adjacent.
Great.
I think we can help with kitchen space.
Formerly Bumps.
Bumps, you did it too.
It's so good too. It's your fault.
I was
It's not
looking
going to be
for
called Bumps. What is it called?
Buttermilk Mountain Lodge.
EML.
John,
Bumps.
I hope you're okay over there in Gibson. How are things looking?
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't be in the room.
Can't hear
I'm
you.
actually
Can't
in
hear you,
Eagle
John.
County's,
We can't hear you.
you can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Nope. He's in his car somewhere.
Still can't hear you. No, he's in Gypsum.
Okay. Any luck with that?
Maybe he's not in his car.
We're working on it at this end, John. Hang on.
Okay.
Did you guys see the photograph of that accident in the canyon? 3 semi trucks. Looks like they thought it was a 3-lane highway, and it was only 2. There's 3 of them jammed together. One of them's a fuel tanker.
Oh, great.
They were all just parked very tightly.
Eastbound or westbound?
Westbound.
He's gonna call us on the phone.
Can you hear me now?
I think he's on his phone.
I mean, just with the, he's trying
Can't
to.
hear me?
log in, though, through the-
Shoot.
I
Can't
thought he'd
hear
go
ya.
to Gypsum's town hall.
Oh my God.
Where are you, John? I guess you can't really
Is
tell
that
me.
that wreck?
Can you,
He's calling in now, just,
Um,
he froze up. He'll call back.
Can you guys hear me? No.
you
Just
can
ye-
hear me
Just
there?
yell what he's saying.
Why do we have this?
Can I real quick while we're waiting, Francie? Can I just
Sure.
say something to Mr. Kaplan? We're gonna miss you. We know you not. Hopefully, you won't be going far because I know how much you love it here. But it's been such a joy working with you since ski school. And yeah, and we're gonna miss you, and we wish you the best. And so hopefully now
Somebody
I'll
else.
run into you more in town.
Yes, you will.
It will
Thank
be
you.
great. Yeah.
I'll,
I think,
I
ahead.
love keeping track of the girls.
Sure, we're
Yeah.
going anyway, so.
I've known Mike since daughter 1, daughter 2, 3, and son. So, yeah, through the whole gamut.
Thank you.
Let's go to Kelly while we're waiting. Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys have circled around a bunch of it, but I've appreciated the celebratory and spirit of collaboration in this, but I also want to take the opportunity to have you tell us where you would like us to prioritize or be bolder on policy matters that align with the goals that Aspen Ski Co is pursuing as well. And I'd love to hear that. Have an open forum for that.
No, appreciate that invitation, and I think first of all, a good example of where we have sort of raised our hand and said, "I think you're missing the boat." Again, I think Michael deserves credit for this. Is the STR legislation and regulation, and trying to get on top of that, and you guys have responded, so we appreciate that. This conversation that Michael talked about and is part of around how you manage residential and manage the impacts of residential is something that I think we've missed as a community, and we need to get on top of. And then obviously a key part of that is housing, and this conversation around housing is important, but at the end of the day, we need more housing to make this community function. It should not be confused with unfettered growth. It's very different free market, obviously development, and so we'd encourage you to really push and do what you can to build smart housing. We think the hub is a good example of that, where it's transit oriented, but you're going to need some density and need to tackle this thing at scale and make some of those tough, unpopular decisions. But encourage you to do that because it's not getting any better. And I do think, as I look long term, again, it was good that we were in front of the housing thing. Unintended consequences aside, I think that will be something to really watch and look at as we all get smarter on that. But I also think the yield right now in the housing stock that we did build 30 years ago is lower than it will be in 10 years as we all age. And, my successor is not going to be able to afford my home, right? And I think that's the case throughout the valley. And so we need to be creating that bridge so that our successors have a place to live as this community continues to evolve. But I do think that yield increases over time as we age out of our places. Then you have new places become available. But it's it is the issue. I think I dreamt about it last night. I couldn't get service somewhere, right? It's nonstop. It's something
Maybe you
that
and me
keeps me
both.
up at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe all of us dream about it.
Yeah, I
I'll be
met
at
with
3 a.m., right?
Dave Barnes from the school district this last week, And he's expecting they're gonna have to build 150 new housing units. It's like, wow. For, and they only have like 160 teachers, but they have all their auxiliary people as well. That was a pretty amazing number.
Can I chime in just about partnerships? How would you see a partnership working out, whether it's between entities in the community, whether they're private, public, or government?
I think it's about coming to the table and being open-minded, because as we know, each of these, they end up being land use, applications. So each one is unique and can be complicated. But yeah, we're talking to the school district. We're talking to you guys about some potential housing. I think encouraging those kind of partnerships and sort of shared approach, but again with a lens of density, because it's the most sustainable way to do it. Painful as that is for us. So yeah, I don't think I can say much more than that, except encourage and empower your staff to engage and see if we can get some projects done together.
And
Thanks.
Kelly, I'd
Appreciate
add just one comment to what Mike is saying. We're engaged in the caucus master plan update process currently, and we recognize that we're a little bit of an outlier as a ski area and a commercial use that exists within caucus boundaries that are primarily residentially focused. But one of the things that I've been observing in being in multiple conversations over the last year is that I want to make sure that staff and the commissioners continue to maintain a holistic view across all of the caucus areas, because as some of the individual ones are getting updated, they seem to be trying to close the doors on certain things, affordable housing being one of them. And I would hate to see kind of at the caucus master plan level, the idea and the possibility of appropriately cited and designed affordable housing being ruled out, and just want to make sure that the NIMBY perspective, to the extent it's out there, doesn't dominate those discussions. And I think that's keeping that holistic perspective across all of the county and all of the county's needs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. John, are you able to talk to us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yay.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm stuck behind a pretty big accident in Glenwood Canyon, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge from staff's perspective, Mike. This is going to be his last update with us, and I know it's been certainly my pleasure and honor for the last 12 years to have the opportunity to work with you, Mike, on projects small and big, many of which have been talked about today. And I'll just briefly say that I have seen firsthand how this community has benefited from your leadership. And I know I personally have benefited from watching your leadership and receiving your counsel. So I didn't want to let this opportunity go by without acknowledging everything you've done for the community and your role at SkiCo, and we're gonna miss you.
Thank you, John. You give me too much credit, but I appreciate it. And, right back at you. Really, thank you for everything you've taught me and shared with me, and I really appreciate it. And thanks. Actually, it was on at least the final interview committee where we decided to hire John. Maybe I'll take a little credit for that. So, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
I just have to ask John Peacock, who's going to take care of you on those bike rides when you fall down on your bike?
He's got Clint Kinney, don't worry.
Kelly, were you finished? Did you have?
I
Okay.
do have a couple quick notes on your comments, Kelly. One is that the thing we would ask is, and this is hard, Crested Butte did it, no new natural gas buildings. It's hard. You'll get pushback. It has to happen. It's been done. And the reason you can make the case is, hey, it's already been done by private builders, a nonprofit, TACA, a corporation, Aspen Skiing Company, and a school district, the Salt Vista. So that's a big ask, I know, but it's really important. And then there's another trend we have to get on top of, which is we are designed to be a mass transit-based community. This gets at your point about the airport, Greg. But we're evolving towards a car-based community. And Michael's been thinking about this, so if you could just give 2 minutes on your thinking and how to deal with it.
I'll do less, I promise, because it's going to come out, some of this thinking in the growth management work, and that is, and Auden just said it, but our economy is sort of turning into something that is increasingly incompatible with the values that exist within our infrastructure. So one of the stats from this growth management work is that 22% of the vehicle miles traveled in Pitkin County, including Aspen, are second home or are residential service related. And the trend line that we're on would have that number getting bigger. That is incompatible with the values that we're expressing in our infrastructure, and with the sort of the entrance to Aspen plan. It sort of assumes that we have an economy that we did 25 years ago, which we don't. So if we're going to put that kind of an investment into an infrastructure project like that, we want to make sure it's compatible with the economy that we have and that we're moving toward, and decide which one is more important. And we might need to steer our economy back to be aligned with the values expressed in our infrastructure. And I'll stop there. Less than 2 minutes. You guys can congratulate me later because it's rare. But
That was a very good point.
But I will say, Greg, just one. You asked about partnerships, and I think that you've used the term in the past that you'd kind of like to see us find our way to a steady state economy. And Cindy Hubin, in a conversation I had with her, added the word dynamic to that, a dynamic, steady state economy. And I think one thing that we could be focusing on within some of our housing choices to get there, and it doesn't just serve us, is seasonal housing, because it's always being used for employees. There's a churn. I skied with somebody yesterday, Peter Grenny, who's come up with this, Aspen Deserves Better idea, and he was talking about meeting all of the seasonal workers who are working out at the meadows, and how happy they are to be here, but on a limited term. They actually don't want to be here forever, and I think that there are more people like that out there than we realize, who would be happy to do a season or two here. But if we improve our seasonal housing stock, they'll be, it betters our chances to do that. So I think we can build it for ourselves on our own, but I think the larger community would benefit from it, because everybody flexes up at the peak times, and many of the businesses in town need more employees for the winter season than they do at other times. So maybe it's something that we can look at as a way to reach, sort of that steady state that you've talked about.
I think at the beginning of when you were just talking, you were probably talking about transit-oriented development. Is that what you were talking about in terms of realigning our thoughts about to go with our infrastructure?
Well, it's transit-oriented development for housing, but if your jobs are car-tied and your transit can't serve your jobs, you're stuck.
All the service people.
And I think that's why we've seen COVID accelerated the growth of that service sector, because you had more sort of high amenity expectation residents arriving here, and then you saw that it's not just RAFTA losing ridership because people didn't want to be on the bus. It's a fundamental shift in our economy that has been going on for a while, but that has been really accelerated over the past couple of years.
Yeah, 25 years ago when I worked for Country Day and wanted to ride the bus from Carbondale, it was that. So I walk from the roundabout to Country Day. How do I do that? Drive your car on Monday and bring it home on Friday or something. I looked at it a lot, and that was a long time ago.
Before we built the bike path.
Now you've got WeCycle.
Yeah, now we have
Part of
recycle.
the time. Part of the time.
All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Can I ask one
And
more
it
question
is-
along those lines?
Yeah.
If we have time, do we have time?
Well,
I feel like
Kind
Oh,
of?
Well, we have all.
Okay, so the question is,
We have until
Yeah.
4 o'clock.
right, regarding transit, and I really love hearing, housing near transit, so important. I think it's important to factor in the cost of additional funding to RAFT or whoever. As we look at housing solutions, we've got to understand that we're going to need to have a transit component when we budget something like that. And I keep wondering, when are we going to hit the volume, the traffic volume that will justify the rail, whether it's a trackless tram or whether it's a train or whether it's some other solution. You guys think about this more than I do, probably. And I'm just wondering, in another 40 years, are we going to have a train here? And should we be thinking about that now? Or do you think we'll just get away doing what we've been doing?
Well, I have to add to that we have the same number of vehicles going over the bridge now as we did in 1996.
I've been told that and I don't buy it anymore. I don't believe it.
Well, I have to tell you, I
It's
dreamt about the
it's
trackless train last
concentration
night.
that differs, I think.
So while you were dreaming about housing, I was dreaming about the train, and they ran it through Smuggler Trailer Court.
Right.
I think it was a nightmare last night, actually.
Do you want to respond to that, Mike? Or
It's a tough one. These guys, I think it's important to actively maintain that optionality so you can do it so that when the time comes,
We're ready.
you can
yeah.
act.
We've
right?
got the rail we're rail
So-
banking. Who knows if anything will ever come of that, but you have to assume that at some point we'll hit a volume density on the roads that will say, hey, this is a train already, let's just make it more efficient.
Well, we do appreciate hearing from your expertise, but after this, Michael,
No,
I
no,
think
I'm-
we'll
yeah,
have
we
to
should-
move on
yeah.
because we are a little behind.
Yeah.
Kelly has a
Any
piece
other
to leave.
Yeah,
response?
just 30 seconds of, one, if you do housing right, it's possible your traffic will go down because people are living closer where they work. Second, and I just sent you an Atlantic article.
Oh, good.
I'll send you an Ezra Klein interview on why it's so expensive to do big infrastructure in the United States. Part of it is environmental law. And
Right.
so until things change in terms of permitting and regulation and so forth, it's gonna be damn hard to pull off rail, just price-wise.
Michael?
Okay.
No, and also, so when the RAFTA 2040 work was done, that was kind of, that the mill levy paid for, which for the record, we're the biggest payer of by far in the valley, that tax. The analysis was done of sort of like a cost-benefit analysis of rail versus, increased bus system. And really it was impossible to justify the cost. You could just, what you would need to do for rail to create a rail line coming up the valley could essentially be a dedicated bus lane the full length of the valley, and the sort of the flexibility that the buses get you in terms of being able to flex your system up to Snowmass when you have concerts. The main thing that rail got was really a manpower that you could have one person moving a large number of people, but as autonomous vehicles come along, that benefit starts to fall away too.
Interesting, thanks.
Oh, thank you.
You guys are the best.
Thanks
you.
for the
Thank you.
great
Thanks
conversation.
so much.
Appreciate it.
It's nice to see you.
Thanks for your great
And another
partnership
thing.
with
Glad
the
to hear you
community.
fit back into the
Thank you.
community.
It's really nice to
Southern
interact with you when
California.
it's not
Oh, my.
contentious. I like it a lot.
Where were you guys? Santa Monica?
We were in Santa Monica.
Yeah, definitely, I know that's
Not a terrible
the
place.
goal.
My grandparents, I told you, lived on Ocean Boulevard.
be like 4 or 5 minutes.
I used
Can
to
we
march
take a
in the
5-minute
Santa
break,
Monica
guys?
Day Parade
Sure, I'd love to.
in high
We're
school.
going to take a 5-minute break.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the work session of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners on Tuesday, January 17th. We are going to have a look at future agendas. Do we have any changes, Phyllis?
There is nothing in our notes on future agendas, and I don't believe John has anything either.
Okay. Well, let's move on to our department updates.
Well, can I make a comment about future agendas?
Oh, absolutely.
The Redstone short-term rental one that we have on the 14th, we're having the meeting here,
Yes.
and it's just a follow-up.
Correct.
I was just wanting to clarify what we were doing.
It's
at
not a
that meeting.
whole community engagement
Okay,
thing.
it's just to figure out what we're going to do next. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have comments on future agendas? Okay, Patty, let's hear your department
You
update.
know what? ACRA meeting is next week. Northwest COG meeting is next week. Economic Development District is next week. And the Intermountain TPR meeting is not until sometime in this quarter. So those are my updates.
Okay.
I knew that would make up time.
For mine, I did go to, as I told you guys, I went to the meeting on the Thompson Divide, and we know a lot more now, thanks to Laura this morning. I am going to the meeting of the Holy Cross Cattlemen's Association on Saturday, the
21st.
whatever is coming. Yeah. And that is, the focus on that meeting is wolves and water. The Water District will be there. Colorado River District will be there. Not Andy or Zane, but there are a couple of people coming from there. I talked to them about that. Then on February 7th, I'll be gone because I will be at the Wildlife Commission meeting in Rifle. They have 5, I think, trying to make their final decisions about structuring the wolf reintroduction plan. So the stakeholders have been asked to attend some of those meetings, so I will not be here on February 7th. That's where I'll be. Greg will be leading that meeting because I'll be talking about wolves.
And Steve will be gone then too, right, Steve?
I'll be
He'll be zooming in, right?
the 7th.
Or traveling?
I think that will be at 10 o'clock. Start would be 8 o'clock in the morning in Fairbanks. So that very first one, I might be a little late getting on because we're getting in at like midnight the night before and getting up at 8 for a meeting.
That meeting is due to start at, it's got an executive session, but it doesn't have a topic yet, so we'll find out if we actually do
Yeah.
have one.
But I will be joining at some point, hopefully from the beginning.
Okay, Kelly?
Okay, all right, APSHA. So there's a couple things going on with APSHA. We're gonna be discussing this week the biennial, survey for homeowners, and this is what goes out for people to attest that they continue to work 1,500 hours in Pickens County and maintain their APSHA purchased home as their primary residence. I do want to just flag this issue because, you know, there's been some discussion over the years about whether that affidavit should become more detailed or more verifiable. And I think that that is part of what staff is bringing forward as a question to our board about whether we should be requesting end-of-year tax filings or some more specific information about, you know, what people's employments and employers are. And I wanted to bring that up for you all. We haven't had that discussion, so I can't summarize what the main points are, but if you have any input, I would welcome that. I would additionally say there's been a request. So I have been pushing for a while now that APSHA do what some other housing authorities around the state have done and for which there is statewide funding to do, which is to create a maintenance fund that people can apply to help with either emergency grants or loans for emergency repairs or you know, needed upgrades like deferred maintenance on units. This has taken a little bit of a different form. So APSHA had approved a staff person for that I don't think the city has been able to hire for. And what they are proposing to do now is to create a fund that is funded by the city to create that program. You know, I had initially brought it forward as there's great statewide funding. We should be able to draw it down. And now, a year and a half later, it's come back to us as, well, the city's willing to fund this, and they have asked if the county would be willing to fund it. I think it would, if there's interest before we make a decision, it would make sense for you all to hear the same presentation that Francie and I heard at APSHA on how the program is being envisioned now. It's a little bit easier if we just fund it ourselves. If we try to get state money, you have to create a loan board and underwriting rules and things like that that can be sort of, they have templates for, but there's definitely more hurdles in the path that I initially had envisioned for APSHA. So want to check in if there's any interest on that consideration. I think the amount that they were thinking of was $400,000
For the city and for?
As for the total.
Oh, the total, okay.
For the program.
Patty?
That would be my concern, is that where would we bring our funding from when we're trying to look at funding our housing programs? But if there's a true burden of trying to look at state money, you know, maybe if we can get it done by using state money and not have to use local money, that I would rather see going towards housing.
Well, it is going to, it's just maintenance of current units.
Yeah, but I'm saying we have such a limited fund for housing on the county at this point in time, that even 200,000 to me, even though I understand the need for people to have a maintenance fund, I don't have disagreement with that. I'm just wondering if we have better uses for our limited amount of money these days.
Are you interested in hearing the presentation or no? Or do you
I'd like
think
to hear
it's
more
not?
about what the statewide is offering.
I'd like to hear the
Actually.
presentation on what the program would look like.
Yeah.
How the money would be spent.
The
But-
same one that APSHA
Yeah.
presented to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd also like more information on the state side.
Yeah, I mean, I can provide you with that because I don't
Yeah.
think APSHA has really done their own
Yeah.
research on it. But as far as what my
I
conversations
like
have
both
been with-
options rather than just one option.
Yeah.
Did you have anything?
If we put money, I don't think the county can legally loan money, but I think it sounds like a revolving loan fund kind of a concept, which if we could structure that, I think that would be a good idea to do that. And once you get the basic funding of it, it should be self-perpetuating.
Yeah, but you're right, I forgot, that's an interesting query.
Well, I think that, given that housing is really critical for us and will be critical ongoing, that this is one relatively small amount of money to help it be successful, and that we should seriously consider it. I mean, we have money put aside for, $5 million put aside for actual housing, which is just a drop in the bucket, but then when we have the housing, we have to have ways to maintain the viability of the housing that we have, so.
What I would just propose, put some time on the agenda and hear the presentation so you all can hear it, and then we can discuss.
And fill in the information from the state and see how we could legally create a loan fund from the
We've
county.
used
I don't-
third-party administrators for
Yeah.
that, like our EHOP program.
Yeah.
Your flashlight is on, Rosa.
All right, so those are kind of two, and then we continue to have the conversation about incentives for right sizing. And that is really looking at, like, you know, are there things that APSHA can do to encourage people who are in units bigger than what they need to move? And so the first sort of effort on that is related to a matching, like a matching board where APSHA is going to facilitate conversations between potential owners who may be interested in swapping units and sort of working through the feasibility of that.
Is that up and running now?
I
Did
don't
they
know
do
if-
that?
I don't think it
It's
is,
like a
but
job board kind of, right?
yeah. That was one of many ideas related to how we might start encouraging people to get into units that fit their household size better. So that's some stuff going on with APSHA. Let's see, CCI committees, we haven't had any yet, but I will say, I'm hoping that the Justice and Public Safety, we get an update on what the Jail Standards Commission is doing, just to flag. I don't think we have anyone in Pickens County who's really paying attention to this, and I think we need to
Paying attention to,
the Jail Standards Commission.
really?
You know, and it will affect our conversations on the jail. So, you know, this is a commission that's essentially been assigned a bunch of topics that they are making recommendations on. There's about 30 recommendations that they've published mini policy papers on so far, and that is informing any legislative action that might be taken this year. So we'll learn more at the Justice and Public Safety meeting with CCI.
And when is that?
They're the end of the month. I don't know if Steve or Francie, if you guys plan to go to the steering committee meetings at all. I had flagged them for Elaine, so she may be reaching out to you for hotel reservations and such.
Okay.
Let's see, taxation and finance. So there's still conversation related to the RET. We've gotten some information that it's unclear if it would be able to be referred for an even year or an odd year ballot measure. There's rules about the types of Tabor questions that can go to the ballot on an odd year versus an even year.
Of course there
are. So that is being sussed out.
I think it has to go to 24.
You know.
And last year, which was the election year, we were told not to do it because
I
of the
know,
impact on the
I know.
election.
And this-
Exactly.
The 24 will be a bigger election.
I think
year.
there's a little bit of, there's been some interpretation that says, no, you have to send it to 2024, and then some interpretation that says,
Oh,
well,
but you
no,
can't
you
do
might
it
be able to
then
do it
because
in
it's presidential,
2023.
so
Well,
forget
and
that
it's
one.
legislature, you know, the 2-year legislative cycle.
Can I tag on to that real quick? Kelly, you and I need to set up some time and come up with a plan.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Anyway, so I have asked the chair of taxation to put this on the agenda for that committee meeting at the end of the month, based on, you know, interest from other counties. And there's a bill floating out there related to assessments and how, you know, potentially putting off this year's reassessment for another 2 years. And she sent me a bunch of comment on that, which is interesting. I just briefly read it, so we will watch that as well. CCAT. So I've mentioned to you all that there's this land use conversation that has been happening apparently by a coalition effort in concert with the governor's office related to making transportation and affordable housing development easier and more attainable across the state. And I think there's a lot of concerns. I think we need to have a bigger conversation as a board about it. But the proposals that are on the table are looking at allowing certain development uses by right in residential zones in the state. So ADUs would be allowed by right. Duplexes, triplexes, multiplexes would be allowed by right.
What does that mean?
That means that you don't have to, it's not affected by zoning.
So local people don't have any say over it?
So anyone who has a residential lot would be able to do these things.
Without coming
And-
through local land use.
Yeah. So those are two of the goals. Another one of the goals is to, require these things in transit-oriented developments, which they are defining as a quarter to a half mile within rapid transit stops. So I think it's a quarter mile of bus rapid transit that gets service every 20 minutes and a half mile within rail transit stops. And so this draws these sort of boundaries around which, dense residential development would be allowed by right. Locals would not be able to zone it
Squelch
out.
it.
you
And
know.
that would throw out our scenic viewplane requirements and 100-foot setbacks and that kind of stuff?
I mean, it's not that much, it's not that detailed yet. We're being told that there's some accommodations for, like water, unavailability of water and things
They're
like
making some accommodations for that.
Yeah.
But that means you could probably build a transitory development right on the highway and violate our setbacks for scenic viewplanes.
That's right, just take it from ag, it'll be all right.
So, I mean, I think it's personally very concerning for a lot of reasons. It also would not allow for any growth bans. I don't know how that implicates our growth management quota system. There's no tools being conceived for maintaining affordability, which I have argued till I'm blue in the face. That
Isn't this designed for affordable
all,
housing?
but the goal is that if you create more supply, it will naturally bring the market of demand in line.
Oh, yes, that sounds very.
And that is not how it works up here. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain, okay, great, so we're gonna build all these multiplex developments within a bus rapid transit site so that more second homeowners can buy them right on the line to just take the bus to skiing every day, as opposed to creating, which will just create our affordable housing, like add more to our affordable housing demand because they're gonna need new workers, blah, 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 blah. I'm saying it till I'm blue in the face. The governor is very reticent to any market controls. So I'm not sure that there will be headway on this, but it's frustrating up here because that's the argument up here. On the Front Range, the argument is that all that development's just going to be gobbled up by investors, and there will be no affordability mechanisms in place to ensure that it's actually delivering housing to the people
Because
they've
we've
intending
actually
it for.
learned from experience up there.
Well, it's definitely gonna be scooped
mean,
up by developers. How could there be any other thought
I-
about it?
I'm like,
I just
I don't even
weird.
think many of the coalition members who've been like in the governor's ear for the last 6 months, like get how this works. But they've defined this bill for areas of what they're calling urbanized census tracts, as well as rural resort workforce centers, and are specifically looking at like Snowmass Village, City of Aspen, Glenwood Springs, for these type of things. And then the transit-oriented development is kind of outside of that. So I'm reporting out. I think it's very concerning. If anyone has any ideas,
That
we
could
try
be
to,
that
there's
parcel of
efforts
Brush
to
Creek.
build our own local government coalition to react to this and provide tools about like this is what we actually need if we want to deliver affordable housing. And I would offer for this board, one of the things that I've been arguing is you should also be looking at anti-sprawl measures, because what will happen is we will get all this dense bad development and we will still have all of our sprawl bad development happening alongside of it, which there's no discussion about should we be restricting that, because the coalitions working on this are ostensibly climate change organizations, and I'm like, I don't know how you justify rural sprawl as a climate-friendly land use pattern. You should be also looking at how do you prevent, anti-climate land use patterns, and we may want to have a conversation about what tools we would like to see in place. For me, it would be getting rid of 35-acre tract zoning and exempt well permits, but maybe there's other things that ComDev would recommend for us to advocate as well.
So they're probably saying if it's transit-oriented development, that's environmentally friendly, except they're not taking into consideration all the service workers who wouldn't be riding the bus to go service their homes.
Especially if they're not if there's no affordability mechanism to make it for a
Right.
workforce or
Right.
make it
That's
for
what I'm-
affordable
yeah.
housing or, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. So active conversations. I have CC4CA is part of this coalition. I have spoken with the director of that. I don't think he's on board with, the impression that I've gotten is that he's like, they are making really bad assumptions about how this will operate. And, so since CC4CA is a representative group, I think there's an opportunity there to sort of use that organization as to reinforce some of these arguments.
I've
in
heard
the coalition.
CML has some big issues.
Yeah. So it's a mess, honestly. And probably getting a lot of, I think the best I would hope for right now is just some delay of like, oh, we should actually really do some stakeholdering around this topic and delay it this session. But I don't know if that's going to happen at all. Because I think, yes, we support climate-friendly land use. Like, I don't think we don't. We don't have the tools that we would need to do that in Pickens County necessarily. So that's what's going on with that. And there's also a bill on short-term rentals that I just got a draft of. I'm going to forward along to our attorney's office. And that is a very small expansion of the licensing powers that would let counties regulate on the marketing platforms, which we did not get in the first attempt, and we did not get last session. But there's been movement on that, so that's good. And what else? I don't have a lot on the Colorado River Basin. And the CJCC, I think we're still trying to put together a big meeting between our board and the members of the CJCC to learn about, best practices, things like that. And we would be able to report out on the jail tours that we've gone on, because
How
I
soon
have
do you see
learned
that
a
happening?
ton. I have to touch base with Alex, because I think, I think he's working with Michael on some timing on that.
Okay.
But I
I'd
keep
like
pushing
to see
for it.
that sooner than later, obviously.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So that is my board reports. Oh,
Steve,
one thing I did want to ask of you all is, we had some interest for many years about trying to get the legislature to allow us to have a larger fine schedule for code violations, specifically related to the airport. And I wondered if we still want to pursue that. I would be interested in calling Elizabeth Velasco and Perry Will to ask for their support in that. We've brought it to CCI. It's been told that it's not a big enough scope for other counties for it to be a meaningful priority. But if it's something we individually would want to work on, then
What kind of code violations?
like curfew violations, things like that. That we are limited to $1,000 fine per event through statute of any county code violation.
And we're the only county interested in expanding the ability to raise the fines?
We had some support, but not a great deal in the past.
Yeah, there wasn't hardly any support at CCI.
So will there be now? Like,
Well, I don't know if we need it from CCI. We would need to
You
work-
need it from
we
the
would need to run
legislature.
it individually.
Yeah, we
as
pursue
our
it with
own
our
issue.
own
Okay.
legislators.
Yeah.
Yeah, be interesting to see what they think. I'd rather focus our energies on the land use thing and the RET,
Mhm.
but, but it never hurts to see what Perry or Elizabeth might think. I don't know if Elizabeth Perry, I don't know if either one of them has the history, but they may want to be brought up to speed.
Yeah.
Very much.
It was a
Okay,
couple
all
years
right.
back.
Well,
Thanks, Kelly.
I can report
Steve?
on that later.
Okay, CCI, this Friday, when the Eagle County Commissioners and whoever else is joining them are having fun at Snowmass, I will be on the Zoom call for CCI. For
I'm gonna
most of
try
the
to be as well,
afternoon.
yeah.
We will have representation at CCI.
I'm happy to do that too.
So part of it's the legislative update, the very first one of the year, but then also it's an interesting, I didn't realize that Rose Puglisi is now a state representative, and she and Byron Pelton are co-sponsoring some, I don't even remember the topic now, but they're gonna do a presentation.
This
on
is
it.
the info I got from Ann, so I'll forward it on the bill that they're scheduled to discuss.
Okay,
Um,
so there's 3 different topics this
Yep.
Friday. Next Thursday and Friday are the first meetings. I'm going down to Denver for the Thursday and Friday legislative committee go-arounds, which I think the first one is really important to be there in person because there's so much happening. Also, they're doing the legislative breakfast at the Capitol building on Friday morning, so I'll be able to go to that.
What,
Oh,
What are
I
the
plan to
dates
go
of
as
that?
well.
That didn't come up on my calendar.
The
Did they come
26th
up on
and
yours?
27th.
That's
Oh,
the
that's-
27th.
Did they come up on your calendar?
all right, that's
No.
good.
All the ones last year
I
did,
don't
but-
use my county calendar
Oh,
at
yeah.
all, so I just make
Yeah.
my own calendar.
They didn't come up, this Friday's came up, but the rest of them haven't come up.
Let's see, other things are meetings coming up. The vintage meeting is next week. Club 20 is having their thing in Denver the same 2 days we're doing our retreat here, which I would have loved to go to that, their legislative, where they meet with the legislators and with the Denver Chamber of Commerce and whatnot in Denver. So that's on February 2nd and 3rd, but obviously I will be not at their event, but here at our retreat. Senior Council to me has a couple of interesting things that we're having our meeting tomorrow, but a couple bits of news. One is Chad Federvich has been chosen chair of the new Colorado Commission on Aging.
I knew he was appointed, now he's chair, that's great.
So that's like huge. We will have really good representation from Pitkin County on the Colorado Commission on Aging. The second item, which I was unaware of that till I was looking through the minutes, but starting today, we have a new veteran service officer in the county.
Oh.
His name is Adam Lazaro. Today's his first day working, and he will be at the senior council meeting tomorrow to meet people. So I'm really looking forward to that, and since I'm a veteran, and I would really like to get somebody in that position who can stay for a really long time. Like Eagle County's had, real good stability in that position, and I hope we can get someone who can stay for a long time. So tomorrow I will get a chance to meet Adam.
Name's familiar.
And I think that's all I have right now.
Wow.
All righty. Greg?
I just wanted to circle back quickly to this. I'd like to just come back to Kelly's talking about the legislation, land use, state rules. And I think we should really spend some effort on what our options might be and who we might collaborate with, as you alluded. I think that's really important. So I want to put it back on the table and ask staff to, put it on a future agenda, or at least give us a briefing on what we might do. Maybe John Ely has some ideas on, because that sounds horrifying, really, what you just described. And with that, CC4CA, I'll be really quick. If anybody's interested, they're looking for people to make comments to the Air Quality Control Commission on nitrous oxide, not nitrous oxide, what do you call it?
NOx?
NOx policy on the 19th. They've been working on CC4CA policy, which is really wordsmithing a document and changing a word here and there, and I haven't seen anything worth reporting on with that. I know Kara and I are going to get together this week and talk about them early next week, just to talk about budget and other things we may be wanting to do with CC4CA. Same with CORE. I'll be meeting with Kara about CORE. Let's see, developments with CORE as we created the National Council, Advisory Council recently, and Hal Harvey, who was in town, is our first inductee to that council, and we're we'll be looking for others. And these will be high-profile people who can help CORE make connections and look for money and raise friends and stuff like that. And what's interesting.
Make money and raise friends. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. There's fundraisers and there's friend raisers, and then also to have advisors, who on a national level can help CORE figure out the best direction to go regarding all of our various efforts. One of the things that's interesting that Autumn brought it up today, and this is one of Hal Harvey's, is that a lot of the things like in the NEPA policy and other environmental policies and stances taken by environmental groups have historically been aimed at slowing down things, slowing down development, or strangling it before it can grow. If you're trying to do renewable energy, all of a sudden the biggest obstacles to creating perhaps a good idea is a really long, slow policy. And I think I heard Auden saying that, and Hal Harvey was saying it. So I think we're going to see some interesting
I've heard others saying that.
conflicts. Yeah, we're going to see it in that space. So just thought I'd throw that out. CORE has a lot of other stuff going on. QQ, our meeting is coming up in February, March. So I have nothing to report on that. Our next Board of Health meeting is on February 9th. And I can pull that up very quickly to give you a taste of the agenda. What happened? I'll be right with you. Where is my agenda for February 9th? Here it is. We're going to be talking about changes with community health services. We'll have updates from them. We're going to talk about the Smuggler Superfund site, which Patty is quite familiar with, going
I'm
back
trying to be
40
at that
plus
meeting.
years. We're going to get the medical officer's report. The agenda for that is going to be about psychedelics and how psychedelics policies changed in our state, and also about respiratory diseases. And then let's see, what else? We'll be talking about board health training requirements, working agreements with the board, doing that sort of housekeeping. And then the next meeting after that is May 11th. That's Board of Health. On RAFTA, let's see, RAFTA has a great newsletter called Behind the Wheel, which brings you up to speed on everything RAFTA is doing. It's for the public and for anybody else who wants to see it. And there's a lot happening, and I want to pull that up very quickly because it helps remind me. RAFTA now owns a hotel, which will soon be converted to affordable housing in Glenwood Springs.
42 units.
42 units.
What a great idea to convert a hotel
How much
in
did they
Glenwood
pay for
Springs.
it?
The same one?
I don't have
Is
the
it?
exact number in here in front of me, but it's,
6. I
was
think.
it between 4 and 6?
I thought Glenwood was buying that one.
Under
I think it
6.
was
but-
6 million.
Thank you, because I can't remember. The mobile ticketing app has been launched. You can download the RAFTA Tickets app for buying tickets, so that system is changing. That was launched November 21st.
The RAFTA app is actually really cool. If
Yeah,
you get
it
it,
works
you
well.
can see what time it's coming to which bus stop and
Right.
all kinds of
Very
news on
good
it.
for Steve. You can tell where the bus is to know if he's already left your stop.
There've
Yeah.
been so many times it's like, which direction, you have no idea which direction the bus is from where you are.
Yeah, the app is cool.
Well, the app's going to be good.
But it
now.
worked, used it the other day and it was right on the money. The
No
bus was
kidding,
just
that's
like,
awesome.
the bus was just coming and
That's great.
Let's see, RAFTA's remodel on this hotel, which was the Roadway Inn in Glenwood Springs, I think that's West Glenwood, will be complete to accommodate staff in September. So that's a good one. I'm checking to see if there's anything else I need to bring you up to date on immediately. I don't think so. I think everything's going really well. RAFTA's a lot of exciting, good things are happening there. I think we're getting more people, more drivers on staff, and we're housing them, and so things are going well there.
Justin
Switching
Bieber.
to Rawapa, yeah. What did you see there? Yeah. That's a new one.
It's Justin Bieber at the Smiths.
Yeah, I don't tell you,
Is there a
really see
picture?
who
Is there a
it is.
photo?
Yeah,
I gotta
but
go.
you can't tell it's
Sorry.
Justin Bieber.
But these are all friends.
I'll be at home.
We'll
at
see.
Oh, you've gotta
4
go.
It's
Okay,
withdrawn,
right
we
here.
don't need to talk about it. It'd be
Ruwapa, I
vindictive.
don't, the last thing was, with Ruwapa is, April's was gonna ask me to help her write a letter. We should be working on that now, to request ANS, aquatic nuisance species funding for Rudai from the feds. And so she wanted, me to help her reach out to our federal representatives. So I'll be helping her do that, and I'll report back, and if it's something we could ask the board to do, I'll bring it back to you. And that's it. I don't have anything else for you.
And I don't think we have John Ely.
He's probably.
He
still
I
he was
this
at the meeting this morning.
I had one more thing
Was
on
he?
mine, if I could
I didn't see
go
him there.
back. And I couldn't think what the acronym was, OSGC. It's like, it's the opioid settlement
Oh,
agreement.
yeah.
And we are having a meeting next week. They have the RFP ready to send out to get contractors to come in, make a bid on doing all of the outreach for the public information and education about opioids. And
With our $6,000 or whatever it is we got.
well, it's the combination. No, we have. I can't remember the exact figure, but for our region of 6 counties, there's probably $350,000.
We were just talking about what we would have gotten alone.
Yeah. And Chelsea Carnawali from our public health department is really our lead person on that. She's been working hard on that and is the one who's really up to speed.
Okay,
Okay. Phyllis just left.
for open discussion?
Does anybody in the room have anything on open discussion?
No.
Well,
Or,
I would like to bring up a topic. We are
Hang on,
not going
I
to
think-
solve it today, but,
John's
I
there.
think John is trying to talk to me. Hang
okay, John, let's
on.
go to
Yeah,
John.
go ahead, John.
Yeah, Francie, staff did not have any open discussion.
Okay. Steve, then?
So, given the situation with our jail and the recent things that have happened, the political jockeying around our jail, points out to me that we really need to make decisions and be moving on our jail. And we need to light a fire under our
I'm listening.
committee. John and Kelly's not in here right now, but I think we need to make this really a top priority and do whatever we're gonna decide to do. We need to be doing that. And maybe that's something we can talk about some during our retreat, but,
It's not on our retreat list, but when Kelly brought up scheduling a meeting,
yes, and she mentioned
I
that.
asked that we do it sooner than later. I don't see why we should have any hurdles now. I think we can move forward quickly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take the optimistic role on that.
yeah, and I think, we need to tackle it, and let's tackle it and do a good job of it.
This isn't- That's not
You've
gonna
got
work.
3 of us who agree with you.
I need the,
Francie agrees too.
Wrong.
We're gonna speak for her while she's plugging
Right.
in.
I'm sorry, I completely lost all my power.
That's
I got
fine.
distracted, I'm sorry.
Steve wants to move the jail discussion forward on a more quick,
Yes, so do I.
okay.
Okay, so that's direction for staff.
I think that's the right kind there.
I know,
could
but then
just
it's
get
really
it.
hard to replug that back in again.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just need it in the interim before Aspen gets.
So, and
Maybe I could borrow.
Or take your commute,
No, I'll plug it in over there. Well, to end the
Okay.
meeting and everything.
Then you can,
Yeah, mine.
you can use this one. I
Are
wouldn't
we
be able to
done?
use my computer
No.
more than.
oh, Greg has
I
opened
wanted
it.
to bring back the future agendas thing. We've had some interesting conversations today, which I think we've left, unless we direct staff, it's not gonna happen, right? So I just thought 4 of us can talk about what we think we wanna put on future agendas, that if it hasn't, let's get it
It's up
locked
to
in.
Francie.
Yep, so that's why, as soon as she refocuses here.
I'm trying to refocus, I'm sorry.
Okay, here she comes.
Okay, so what
Okay,
is it?
regarding, back to future agendas, Steve just brought up that, of course, we're bringing the jail discussion front and center. It's clearly front and center for everybody now, so let's that's going to be on here. So we need to report from staff on where we are or from the committee and moving forward, right?
That's what,
I-
that's what we were just talking about.
So as long as staff understands that 4 of us are saying, this is important, I just want to make sure, because often one commissioner makes a suggestion and then it just vaporizes, right? So we need.
Well, I've been asking pretty regularly.
Okay, so now
lately.
4 of us are asking for it. There was another conversation Michael Miracle had when the ski company was just here, that he has been working, they've been working with the planner, Edward Olemans, who has ideas that they think are worth us hearing. And I think you were interested
I've
in
got it
bringing
down.
in.
Mhm.
So
Definitely.
do we have agreement
This
among
at the
3 or 4 of us?
lumberyard and the airport, then we
This is
should,
regarding lumberyard
then
airport
since the lumberyard is not
The
our
trans-
project, we
it's
would
the
have to,
transportation piece.
transportation
but we
piece,
would have
yeah.
to bring in the city in that discussion.
It's at some point, no question about it, but I wanted to just say, let's have
Let's
him
hear what
give
he has
us
to
his
say about it.
presentation.
Yeah.
Because that's
Just
what.
call it the airport transportation thing.
Because if we bring in
Right.
lumberyard and don't invite the city, we're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay, the next one was seasonal housing partnerships. They were talking about that. I'd like to have a discussion with, that staff puts that on, and maybe that comes out at the retreat or sooner. Might not happen sooner, but this is an important thing to put on there. I appreciated them bringing it up and putting it out there, and I think we should be directing staff once again to work on options with us so we can examine that. And then finally, the last thing is what Kelly just said. Once again, is those are onerous land use changes that the state has, and I think we are going to need to do a lot of work to form coalitions or figure out what our legal strategy is or whatever, because I don't like what I hear.
Well, and John Martin said he'd be open to discussing with Pickett County.
Wow, that's a foot in the door.
Mm-hmm.
No, I brought that up the other
Thank
day,
you.
I opened our jail discussion with him.
Okay, so is that something the 4 of us agree on? I just was making notes here because I want to make sure staff understands that these are important. I'm sure they do, but it's always helpful if we all agree on that.
Well, I don't know if staff was listening, but
Who
when
are we
Randy brings
talking
back
to?
a little white book and keeps track of
Trying to
all
get to
these-
where I can talk to John Peacock.
Okay.
So I can make
All
sure we
right.
got all this noted.
Lucas Phyllis left the room, so. Patty, Mike. Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
John, can you hear me if I don't go on Zoom?
Yeah, I've taken note of those 4 items, and we'll probably need to have some conversation on some of those as far as readiness and such when we'll be ready.
Great,
Okay.
thanks, John. That's
Great, thank
music
you.
to my ears. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, any other board discussion?
Let's see, Francie, I wanted to tell you that I also will be at the Holy Cross Cattlemen's meeting on Saturday.
Great.
Looking forward to just being there as a Pickens County Commissioner at the Cattlemen's meeting, I think is important to have representation there.
Yeah.
And
Well, so if we're
I am
both
a
gonna be
member,
there-
well, both of us are involved in the
Yeah.
cattle business, so,
Yeah.
yeah, that'll
And
just,
so that's just the 2 of us then. I know Kelly had shown some interest, but if we're both going, otherwise we'd have to notice it. And,
We'll make sure that she's not going, or somebody will have to come home.
yeah. And is there anything else? I'm trying to get back in this meeting. All right, I am going to adjourn this meeting, and we're going to meet again at 4 o'clock. And Grassroots, you'll be here at 4? for our meeting
she
in
will,
Austin?
yes, she's given a thumbs up.
Okay.
Are we meeting here or over there?
We're meeting here, we're
hosting.
hosting.
We're hosting that, okay.
All the board members received the City of Aspen materials I emailed.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the joint meeting between the City of Aspen and the Board of County Commissioners. Welcome, City of Aspen staff and council people.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
So we have two topics tonight. We are going to talk about basically demolition, construction and demolition waste, and our two programs for dealing with it and how we can mesh them. We probably won't get to the mesh yet, but we're going to look at it. And then the other topic is we have a lot of questions, obviously, about your Castle Creek Bridge preferred alternative proposal. And so we'd love an opportunity to ask you those questions and for you guys to address whatever questions we might have. So those are our two topics. And Sarah is going to start us off, and you'll introduce each other and give us the information. Go for it. I think this computer up here is ready for you. Did I say Sarah? I'm going to say Kathy. I'm sorry. Kathy Hall, everybody.
I've been calling you
She's-
about this, Francie.
She is the, I know who you are. She is the landfill wizard of Colorado, award-winning landfill.
Wizard. That's good.
Whiz.
I like that.
I kind of like to go by Duchess of the Dome, but that hasn't quite caught on yet.
Waste wizard is way
Yeah,
up.
Waste Wizard's good too. I'm Kathy Hall, Solid Waste Director.
And I'm Michael Port, Construction and Demolition Diversion Specialist.
And we're here today to talk about our construction and demolition debris diversion program, which is going on almost 3 years now. We signed the ordinance into place. And Michael's here to talk about, what we've learned and the success of the program. I've talked about many times, construction and demolition waste makes up 53% of the trash going into the landfill. It's a huge amount. National average is 20% C&D going into landfill, so we far exceed the national average of construction and demolition debris. So we adopted this program, this ordinance, to try and divert some of that material out of the landfill and get it into a recyclable option. We offer a number of recyclables such as aggregate recycling, scrap metal, just a lot of cardboard we see in construction loads. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael, who is the absolute pro on this, and let him take it from there.
Thanks, Kathy. Let me get my presentation shared. Hopefully I do this right.
They're missing the string, but I guess it's fine.
All right, so yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present about our ordinance and the program that kind of grew out of that ordinance to work on construction and demolition in unincorporated Peacock County. So we completed an evaluation. It's basically been in effect for about for 2 years. So we have some good data to come to you with and let you know how it's been going. The ordinance main components, what we have set up is essentially a deposit refund program. So in order to get a building or demolition permit from the county, you need to submit, or a project team will submit, a diversion compliance deposit, and that can be fully refundable at the end of the project. The way that a project will earn that back is if they meet a minimum waste diversion rate, so recycling, reuse, keeping that stuff out of the landfill, and also separating some required materials that are what we can actually process for recycling, or at least send to a recycling facility at the solid waste center. Projects will demonstrate that with a waste tracking and diversion report using this program called Green Halo, which Aspen has started using as well. And the ordinance went into effect on October 26th of 2020, but it took a few months for projects to actually sort of start having to comply with the program. So in effect, it's been going on for about 2 years now. And the other way that we try to influence projects that are outside of our county jurisdiction is with our tiered pricing structure for construction and demolition trash, and I'll go into more detail on these points. The deposit that we do, it's equal to the estimated total tons of waste that the project will generate. So I work with the contractors to look at the scope of work, you know, the square footage, what type of project is it, and we have some methods to estimate the waste. And then the deposit is $1,000 per ton of trash. And I'll show you what more specifically those deposits can look like depending on the project type. Projects can earn a full refund if they meet a minimum 25% waste diversion rate, and that's by weight, and separate all of their recoverable materials. Again, the required materials from trash that we can separate locally. In order to get a partial refund, which is half the deposit, they separate at least or divert at least 20% of their total debris, but they may have sent some of those recoverable materials to the trash. And then if they're below 20%, there's no refund.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
So when you say they get a full refund, do they not have charges for the trash they bring? I mean, there's baseline charges that everybody has, right?
Yeah. So those are two totally separate things.
Okay.
Yeah. So the deposit is not related to the fees that they pay when they haul material to
Okay.
us.
Thank you.
Good question.
And there's another one, John?
Yeah, I wondered how, for the full refund, how did you come up with, decide that you were gonna go with a minimum of 25% instead of, say, a minimum of 50?
That was before my time when that was decided, but I think the idea was to set it at, you know, a sort of an attainable rate and ratchet it up over time, just because we are coming out with sort of new regulations, and it's a bit of a learning curve to get projects to start working on that. So I think that was kind of the idea, and then also because of our location and the recycling options that we have, we weren't sure if a 50% would be actually feasible for a lot of projects to meet that. So we're testing the waters with 25%.
Is there a plan to raise it?
Yeah, and we are in the process of raising it to 35%. We just got approval to start that process, so we're gonna, we're doing that right now.
Excellent.
We had the same questions.
Yep.
That doesn't seem like very much.
And I did notice on the city's rules that you have 35% as your level. So I think it would be good if we're both the same number.
I agree, and I'd
Yeah.
like to see us ramp that number up as time goes on.
Yeah, I think we all would. Is 35% reasonable?
Based on what you'll see in a couple slides,
great.
yeah, we think that it is. So
Great,
yeah.
carry on.
Is that baked into the, into your ordinance, or is that can that be done administratively, or does the BOCC have to approve each increase?
Yeah, so it's tied to our, we have managers rules, which we can update more easily than if it was written into the main ordinance. So we can kind of change it as we see fit, but we definitely also want approval to do that.
So for full refund, 25 and recoverables. So if a project has, just to make up numbers, 10% of materials are recoverable, does that mean that they're doing a total of 35%, 10 plus 25? Or does that mean it's all the recoverables and then 15% of non-recoverables?
They have to separate all those materials, and hopefully that gets them over 25%.
So the recoverables count towards the 25%?
Yes.
And how do you know ahead of time, or you don't, they actually have to separate on site, and that's how you know what the percentage is?
Yep. So we get that data when they entered into Green Halo, the tracking system.
And when will the 35% go in effect?
We're going to give about a month of public comment, but that should be going live probably at the end of February or beginning of March.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. One last follow-up. Just, and I realize this may be changing as you get to 35%, but it seems like trying to divvy out the difference between have they done 25% or 20 or less than 20. You know, there's only a 0.5% difference there. Are you getting a lot of disputing over your issues, or will you have more of a spread when you get up to 35% to be able to really determine, well, you know, they get a partial or they get a full, as opposed to just a very small measurement estimate?
So kind of so far in practice, if people are making a good faith effort to comply and like they're separating everything that they can, and they don't meet the 25%, like I said, it's kind of a learning curve. So we've been doing somewhat of a like a partial 3 strikes policy or partial. But yeah, I think we'll get more of those questions as we kind of get more strict with enforcement.
Okay, so it hasn't been strict enforcement for the refunding if they've made some effort.
Right. Unless, if they're making no effort whatsoever, then
no refund.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
I think we're kind of experimenting with this model as well. Like, we are unique in the way that we've come up with this ordinance too. So other communities that have like a similar deposit program, they'll just prorate the deposit, based on how much they missed the minimum by. So that's a different approach to what we've done.
Thank you.
Steve?
So, Michael, since you do this by weight, do the different jobs weigh everything that they're hauling to the landfill? Everything goes across a scale, and so you could actually figure out very accurately by weight what percentage of it is recyclable or reusable.
Exactly. If a load is going to any waste management official facility, that it'll get weighed. Those receipts need to be entered into the tracking system, like what the receipt said.
And then they'd have a certain amount. It's just the land going to get landfilled, and that gets weighed also. So you'd have a really accurate.
Yep.
Within a percentage or two at least, I would think, of how much they're actually diverting.
Yeah.
Well, it would definitely be in their best interest to separate all their concrete, and then they could have a gigantic pile of wood and still qualify.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay then.
When we're doing the separation, I imagine, like deconstructing anything, it takes up more surface area. So what do you do when there are site constraints?
That's kind of up to the contractors to figure out the best way to do that. I will say a lot of the projects are in like old snowmass, or they have kind of bigger properties where they can stockpile stuff, or it is going to be a different beast to work on it in some of the county bigger lots than like the city of Aspen would be, but there are kind of there are ways that they can stage materials, or when you're demolishing a project or deconstructing, you're pulling out specific materials at one time. So there's ways to kind of go phase it.
So you're not prescribing either if or how, just that.
Yeah, however they want to do it.
And one of the local haulers, they have bought cans that are really narrow and thin that can fit into a pretty tight space. So that's
makes sense.
Yeah.
so free market is kind of figuring it out as well. Yeah.
That's
Right.
cool. Okay.
Yes,
Let's hear
good
some more.
addition. So the required materials that need to be separated, again, are what we can actually process locally, and we do a lot at the Solid Waste Center, and much of this we produce into products that we sell back to the community. So concrete and porcelain can get crushed into a crushed concrete product, and like brick is included in that as well. Same goes for asphalt, rock and dirt, and screenable soil. We have a lot of different like gravel and road base and different topsoil and compost things that we produce. Clean wood we can shred and turn into mulch, and we have sold like landscaping mulch from that material. Organics, grass and leaves and branches, that goes into our composting program. Scrap metal and appliances, we work with a third-party vendor that comes and picks up the metal and brings that to its recycling markets, and the same goes for cardboard. That just gets mixed in with our household recycling. So these are all things that we have solutions for to keep out of the landfill, so that's why we kind of wrote these into the ordinance, that they need to be separated out. We completed an evaluation of the program in the fall, and I just updated some of these numbers. And so this is for basically 2 years of the program. we had 46 projects that completed. Out of those, we collected almost $1.7 million of deposits. We kept 12,000 of those dollars. So the point is not to keep the deposits, it's to provide an incentive to recycle and keep stuff out of the landfill. That's our main goal. The average new construction deposit was $2,400. The average remodel deposit out of 24 projects was $5,500. And the median demolition deposit was $90,000. And the reason why I selected the median for that is there were a few really large scale demolitions that had like $200,000 deposits based on how the ordinance is written. So that's a little more representative of what some demolitions are doing. And a lot of those are like 12,000, 15,000 square foot homes that are being demoed.
And do they tend to separate their waste?
They do. It's a significant deposit, obviously. And yeah, out of those refunds, we had 38 full refunds. We had 2 partial refunds, and we have had 6 no refund. I will add that some of there are, I think, 6 full refunds that we gave where it wasn't feasible for them to actually meet that 25% based on like the project scope. They were just remodeling and pulled out a bunch of drywall, which is not recyclable, and replaced that. So we gave them a refund even though they didn't technically meet the minimum. And we can, over time, sort of exclude those type of projects potentially if we want to, if it's not feasible for them to meet the 25% or just have a different requirement. But yeah, we have mainly issued full refunds so far, and my approach has been, it is a new program. We haven't required anyone to recycle before, so sort of doing more of a 3 strikes process and really being hands-on with educating them on how to divert material.
Is there any hope for repurposing sheet rock in the future?
Colorado struggles with that overall, so I've been trying to figure out sort of one of the main ways that it's recycled is with as a soil amendment. So gypsum, it's mainly made out of gypsum, so that can be used in different applications for soil, but we just need to find people that could potentially use it. But then there's also an issue of, can we actually recycle it on site? There's a lot of regulations we would have to deal with before we could actually process that on site.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question? Just on that topic, there's a gypsum plant over in Gypsum, and you just can't help but think that a piece of drywall could be thrown back into the hopper and ground up and made back into chipboard. How complicated is that? I'm just wondering if I thought there were drywall recycling programs somewhere.
There are sort of limited ones in like the Bay Area of California and also around like New York. But yeah, the gypsum plant, they have a mine there. They can get that material very cheaply. They can control the quality. When you incorporate like recycled material, it just brings stuff that they don't want to deal with. So yeah, that has been something that recycling people in Colorado have been trying to get them to do for a long time.
What county are they in?
The ones who are skiing on Friday.
Paper attached all over that stuff.
Yeah, I noticed a huge difference between the deposits collected and what was kept. And my initial question was, is the deposit too high? And then I thought, well, maybe the deposit's so high to give a big incentive for people to separate and recycle.
All the demolitions that pay a huge deposit, they go, well above they really try to earn that back. So it's the big like demolition deposits that really ratchet up that collection amount that you see there.
And how long does it take to process to go through between the deposit and the refund?
So it's part of before they can request a final inspection on their project, they have to submit their report to me in Green Halo. So basically, once that's done, it takes about a month to get the money back.
So that could be a year and a half or 2 years?
Yeah, so we hold it for the duration of the project. So however long the project takes.
Okay.
One other question, and I appreciate rolling it out and giving everyone time on the learning curve, but have you thought about, you might reach a point where if they haven't done any sorting, the landfill simply refuses their load, that you have to have done sorting of some level?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
We charge this unsorted load fee, so they pay an extra $100 on top of that per ton. I think it's 108 now.
That's
per
203
ton.
now.
203 now.
Yeah.
So you get charged that huge fee, and then that money we are putting towards building up our more diversion program. So, but we haven't gotten to the point where we're going to turn someone away.
And I can see waiting a while to ramp up to that point,
Yeah.
but it also becomes, especially in a community like ours, some people can buy their way out and other people can't.
Especially
it
if it's
could
only
be.
$100.
Yeah, or $200 per
Yeah.
per load, you know. So
It could be. It could
yeah,
be.
yeah. I anyhow,
Won't rule it out.
yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oop, John has a question there too.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I'm not sure if this is a question or if it's the right time to throw this out there, and I wish I'd thought of this beforehand so I could talk to city staff about this, but when we're talking about recycling concrete and how much it weighs and that can negate a large part of the deposit, I wonder if our building departments have looked at any plans to incentivize or repurpose the use of existing foundations. If there was a way to do that, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people will want to just start from scratch and rip foundations out, but if there was a way to incentivize repurposing foundations, that could be a huge step in keeping stuff out of the landfill and pouring more concrete.
Well, your program certainly incentivizes people to do that since they can't do it otherwise.
Can we do more?
Yeah, and on that note, we've been looking at, where can, at least if we do take in concrete and recycle it, where are like public projects or things that it could be procured by the county or by local governments to use in road construction or elsewhere, so we at least have more of a market for that stuff too. But yeah, I think any options we can have to especially reduce the amount of waste is sort of the number one thing that we should be looking at.
Thanks.
So we looked at program compliance, and we can see that projects are really easily surpassing the 25% minimum. So the average waste diversion rate that new construction projects got was 40%. The average that remodel and additions were getting was 43%, and the average waste diversion rate for demolition was 66%. So again, they were aiming for 25%. They got well above that. We had 28 projects that were above 35%. So out of looking at all 46, we had 28 that were over 35%. We had 6 that were between 25 and 35, and then 12 that were less than 25%. So the vast majority of projects were getting above 35%, which was why we thought it was time to raise the bar for the minimum refund.
Do we have a sense of how those numbers of actually diverted meet potentially divertible?
Well, so theoretically they should be, that should include everything that is recoverable here, because they're supposed to separate everything that we can divert locally.
So the denominator's already pre-separated in this, so
Yep.
they could all be 100.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so theoretically they're separating everything that is recyclable here in the valley.
What other models are there for other communities or landfills that are doing the diversion projects, and how does this success rate measure up against other landfills?
So I think we might be one of the only like landfills that are running this type of program. There are like the city of Boulder has a deconstruction ordinance, which is it lives in their community development, or it lives in the like building department, and they focus on deconstruction, and they say that, you know, if you're gonna bring down a building that's over a certain square footage, you must deconstruct, and we're gonna collect you know, a deposit from you. The deposits that they collect are much, much lower, but they have seen good compliance with that as well, and they in their program have been seeing like 75% is the target that those projects are supposed to meet. It's a little bit different of a scenario though, because you know, on the Front Range there are a lot more like reuse stores and opportunities to divert material more so than we have here.
I wish I had a better memory, but I was somewhere, I attended something recently, it might have been RAFTA, where, well, my memory is really short. It's great, but it's short. But somebody was calling out the Pickens County landfill as being a great example. And so I just thought, although I can't give it attribution, I will throw it out.
There was that
Well, thank you.
story not long ago.
Yeah.
Top in the state.
Yeah.
We're one of the county leaders in the state, so yeah, we're proud of that.
Yeah.
Mainly thanks to Kathy. I've only been around for a couple of years, so. Yeah, so again, we've with this had evidence that we should start ratcheting up the minimum requirements to comply with the program, and we're justified in doing that. The way that we approach or try to influence these projects that are outside of our jurisdiction, that we charge these prices to any construction trash coming into the landfill, no matter where it is sourced from. So we have this tiered pricing system, which is also pretty unique. I don't think I've seen this model anywhere else. So we track every project that comes across the scale based on either the project name or the address that's given. And for the first 30 tons of trash that comes in, we charge $103.25. For the 31 to 60 tons, we raise that price by $20 to $123.25, and then over 61 tons is $143.25. So we raise up what we're charging them as the project goes along, and sort of the trump card, what we charge anytime there's a load containing a mixture of trash and potentially recoverable materials is we charge this tier 4 rate, which is $100 premium over the base rate. So trying to make it more cost effective or provide more of a financial incentive to separate your material, because we charge a lot less for the recycling per ton than we do for trash. Do you have a question?
Yeah, just getting that clear. If I had a project that had 71 tons, I'm paying tier 1 for the first 30, I'm paying tier 2 for the, okay.
Correct.
Got it.
Yep. Yeah, and so with this, ideally what we would want to see is less tier 4 loads coming in, because that we want to see more material being separated from the trash. And so these are two kind of snapshots that we took, but in the beginning of 2020, when we first put it in place, there was about 60% of the trucks coming in were getting charged the tier 4 price, and 40% were getting charged the tier 1 price. When I looked at that again just in 1 month, at the end of last year, it was 53% were tier 4 and 47% were tier 1. So we did see some improvement in that, but ideally we should see over time less of those mixed loads if we're doing the right thing. And I think projects are still kind of learning that, and when they look at the bill, they say, why was I charged so much for trash? Maybe they will change their behavior and sort next time.
Just a quick comment to this. You know, it's important to note that the Pickens County landfill is an enterprise zone, meaning it's not subsidized by any taxes at all, and it cannot be. I guess unless there's an emergency and you can put in 10% or something, state law like that. So they're always, balancing the budget for operations as well. And there are competing landfills, and so at a certain point, you can have people choosing to dump somewhere else and just not sort at all, things like that. So I just wanted to add that. I know it's always been a balancing act about the tonnage that is right to charge and good to charge versus charging a tonnage that means you have no deliveries.
We only have one more landfill in the valley, though, at Newcastle.
Is
Or
South
Canyon.
South Canyon?
I think that's the only other one, right, Kathy?
That's the next closest.
Yeah, there's South Canyon and Glenwood Springs, and then there Garfield County ones in West Rifle. And we haven't hit that price yet. We're not seeing people drive by us, so we're not
but
quite there
I
yet.
just know that was something that was always balanced in the past, and there is the Eagle County MRF as well, if people really wanted to get somewhere else and pay lower fees.
We would know if they're doing that though, right? Because we're making the initial assessment based on tonnage, and so if it's not showing up, right?
Exactly, and then Liz Morrow, who used to work at Pickens County, runs South Canyon now, so she'll share her data with us. And they
it's got a
collect who
mole.
comes, because they have a price differential if you're coming from outside of Garfield County, so she tells us.
Well, and there's a 90s radio.
Yeah.
They've also implemented this sort of premium mixed load price as well.
Oh, good.
It's less than ours, but yeah,
that's
they've
great.
also started putting similar pricing in place.
So can
Which
an
is good.
entity that's
Which is good.
outside Pickens County choose to be part of your permit program? Or
Um,
do they have to go with the tiered pricing?
So this applies to everyone, even if they're a part of our deposit program.
Okay.
Yeah, the deposit program is if you're getting a county permit.
And so if there's let's say on Catherine Store Road, they decide to tear down a building and they want to bring it up to our landfill, would they be under the permit program?
No. So if you're applying for a county permit, do you comply with the
Only if
with
you're
the deposit
in the county.
In the county, yep. So, but again, with this, we're providing another incentive to separate your material at least, because we charge a lot less if you separate your recycling versus if you mix it in with your trash.
Okay, but there's no deposits if you're not
There's
in
no
the county.
deposit.
Okay,
no.
thank you.
No. And here's the aggregate of the sort of impact that we've seen from the program. And this is in Green Halo, our waste tracking platform, which you're also using for your demolition program in Aspen now. But yeah, we can see really good success with the program. This is just for those in the deposit program in unincorporated Pickens County. And this might be a little confusing because you see 85% recovery rate. And I showed you some other percentages earlier that were like 40%. This is of all the material that is tracked in the system, 84% or 85% of that has been recycled. So there's large-scale demolitions that have achieved like 80%, 90% diversion, and they had hundreds of tons of concrete, for example. And then there are these smaller projects that have maybe 10 tons, but they're getting more like 25%. So those big projects are sort of skewing this up, which is why this doesn't look like
It's a mean,
those other waste diversion rates.
that's a mean number, not a median.
Correct. Yep. So that's great, and obviously well above like the minimum that we wanted to achieve for what it takes to earn a deposit back. And I won't go into it, but we also get some numbers as far as what's the carbon footprint and some other sustainability metrics that we can, tout from this recycling program. All right, a few more percentages, but this is looking at all of the construction material that comes into the landfill, including from Aspen, including from basalt, including from snowmass. We can see that our waste diversion rate just for those, all of that material has also been increasing. So when we looked at this in 2019, it was about 16%. And we can see over those 2020 to 2021, was going up by a few percentage points. And then in 2022, we actually diverted 36% of the construction material that came in, and that was the caveat largely due to a lot of these big demolition projects where we got the most concrete that we ever received, like 11,000 tons of concrete last year. So that's what kind of drove that really high in 2022. But yeah, we can see that our like education efforts, and this is trickling into you know, educating other and influencing other projects as well. Here's just a few examples of what it looks like on a job site to separate for recycling. So on the top, that's actually from Buttermilk, the project that they've just been working on. They did a great job of, you know, put in a lot of effort to recycle their material, and they were under our county program. And so they had multiple different containers with signage to show what goes in what container, which is best practice. And then on the lower pictures, these are some of those projects that have maybe a bit more space to work with, where they're stockpiling different types of materials and waiting for, you know, hauling them off site on their own, or when they get enough, call in a trailer or a roll-off dumpster to load them up and take them to a recycling facility. And lastly, I also, with the evaluation, looked at what's sort of the cost of compliance to participate in our program. This, on the left side, was a real project, and the 18 different loads of material that left the site, and they fully complied with the program. But they had some concrete, wood, they had trash, and it took separating those out 18 different loads, like using a waste hauling company. And that ended up, and this is just a rough estimation, but it would have been $14,000 in that case to do all of that just for the waste handling. On the right side, if they would have only separated their concrete and mixed everything else together, they would have been, and that would have taken only 9 trucks, it would have cost them $10,500. But in that case, they also had their deposit of like $5,000. So that hopefully balances out and makes it, you know, cost effective to participate in the recycling program. And then I also asked one contractor that did a large scale deconstruction project what the additional cost was for that project. And he said, this is pretty rough, but an additional 15% to labor, just to take time to, you know, separate material and do things in a different way than they would have done otherwise. And then an additional 5% of administrative time. And I think in the long run, as projects get more familiar with doing the recycling, those costs should go down. And also, as Kathy mentioned, better services from like the private sector, the haulers, hopefully some innovation to help them comply and make it easier as well.
Sorry, can you, I'm not following all that. What is the delta at the end of the day?
Yeah, so separating everything as required by the program on the left side, it would have cost them $14,000, and if they only separated concrete, which is very easy to do and they probably would have done anyways, it's $10,000. So it cost $4,000 more to comply with the program than if they would have done like the business as usual, if that makes sense.
It does, but isn't that the opposite of what we want? Would we want it to be more cost advantageous for them to separate?
Right. So the part that is out of our control is what the haulers charge. So their cost, and this was just again a sort of a rough estimate, but $600 per haul. So each time they bring a container and haul it off, it was costing $600.
Got it.
So we control the pricing when it comes to our facility, but we have nothing to do with what the haulers charge. Right. So that's where the sort of the bigger cost comes in for that.
But if this is for concrete only, they still have to deal with the rest of their trash, so they're going to have additional
Yeah, so,
charges?
sorry, I didn't explain it. So the concrete is the top line item, and then the next one is total other materials.
Oh,
So
okay,
they
go
would have
ahead.
mixed all of that together, and it
Gotcha.
only separated the concrete.
Okay, great, thanks.
So, yeah, sorry if that was a little confusing, but yeah, so in this case, it would have cost them more to participate with the program from what they're charged, but they also have the $5,000 deposit, which they want to earn that back, so it ends up being about equal.
Question just regarding the halls. I'm still trying to understand this fully, but are we putting more trucks on the road over the course of the entire project, or does it even out somehow? I'm just thinking, if we have, here comes the truck with the metal, and then he's going to go back and get a truckload of wood, and then he's going to go back. Are we doubling the number of vehicles on the road? Big, heavy vehicles on the road.
I think
are we thinking about how that is impacting our other.
So what many other sort of more developed communities have is facilities where they can take mixed loads and separate them into concrete and wood and separate out the recycling. But as of right now, because we require those projects to separate all of them on site, potentially we are putting some more trucks on the road. I have heard of some companies that are trying to figure out ways to like visit different sites and sort of,
Right.
they send one truck around to go collect wood from their different customers that they have, and maybe that's more efficient. But yeah, it definitely is a balance between like truck traffic and
That
separating.
seems like a really important part of the conversation as we develop this.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand you're off to a good start. Now that we can analyze it.
Right.
Do you have more for us, Michael?
That
Or
is
Kathy?
it. Yep, that's
All right,
it.
Steve?
So, since you can use C&D waste for your daily cover, the stuff that comes in the mixed loads, are you still able to use a large percentage of that, or maybe all of it as daily cover? Do you have figures on what percentage of that isn't sorted out, you can grind it up and use it for daily cover? What percentage of that is the total that is not just being buried under everything else in the landfill?
Well, unfortunately, the state kiboshed that.
Oh, they changed that?
Yeah, the air quality board got a hold of that. And air quality people are very particular, so we are no longer allowed to do that. We do have a program which a few of the larger construction contractors do. They'll grind the wood on waste. I believe the Molly Gibson residents, they did that. And even though we can't use it for cover, it's a huge benefit because it reduces that truck traffic by, I think, almost half.
Mm-hmm.
And then on our end, when it gets to the landfill, it's already essentially compacted for us.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, unfortunately, we can't use it as cover anymore.
So you have to put dirt on for your daily cover now?
Dirt or the spray on. We use the spray on alternative daily cover. So,
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
me too. But, yeah, it wasn't up to us.
Thanks. First of all, I want to say thank you to commissioners that are seated now, commissioners that have come before, and this program in the county for implementing it. The city has been, in a lot of ways, sitting back and watching and learning from what the county's doing in this space. So many thanks to you guys. Michael, great presentation.
Thank you.
It's always nice. I see Kathy just kind of sitting back there. Michael's got this one, so he's just, and really great presentation, great information. So thank you so much. I, question-wise, was wondering about some big picture numbers. As we talk about tonnage and the like, do you know any off-the-cuff numbers around landfill capacity, annual tonnage that we are putting in the landfill, and the like? And partly I'm asking because for frame of reference, in the city we are looking at, we did a demolition permit limitation, but really what we're looking at is trying to divert. So I'm just wondering if we could get any information about big picture numbers. What impact are we having? What impact are we trying to have? As we go forward with our conversations, I think it's always great to have that context so that we understand kind of the big picture. What are we achieving by diversion? How much diversion do we need to have an impact that's noticeable to our community? We've had so many conversations in the community recently about the life expectancy of our landfill. So anyway, if there was any of that information, and it doesn't have to be just shared now, but if there's any of that information that maybe you could share with us at some point, that'd be great.
I think the next step is taking what Michael's numbers, and showing how much landfill airspace we have saved since the start of this. We haven't run that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that'd be a good
interesting.
exercise.
Yeah, but I mean, just to tag on with Tori, I think what he's kind of asking is projections going forward, because we're thinking of greater emphasis on the composting program. So it's not construction demolition, and so that's there, but here's another way to keep things out of landfill. And so knowing what capacity is really helpful for us when we're talking to our public about changes in our programs.
Thank you.
I have a question going back to the on-site separation. And I noticed at the Hotel Aspen, when they demolished everything, I saw a huge container there, and everything was getting ground up and put into the container. So that's not really sorting, is it? It's just what, I thought you thought that was a positive.
It is a positive, and Michael, we have them, if they're going to do that, and it's very seldom they do that. It has to be very cost effective for them. They have to fill out a form that if they're going to grind it, they can't bring in any scrap metal mixed in, concrete or anything like that. So Michael keeps an eye on them, so they are required to sort before they grind.
What are they grinding?
The wood, drywall,
Sheetrock.
yeah.
Just the residual stuff, so a lot of them will go through and take out all the scrap metal and take out the
Glass?
things that are recyclable. Glass would, that would just go in the trash normally, so that could also be ground.
What happens to copper wire? Does it get buried in the landfill, or are all the wires pulled out in these projects? And
It's
sent
really
to,
it's really valuable, so I think they
hugely
pretty much
valuable.
always will take all of that
If
stuff
if
out.
it was buried in the landfill, eventually we would be mining the landfill to get the precious metals out of
We
there.
might be doing that for plastic and stuff in the future.
Places
too.
have done that, yeah. They've mined the landfill.
Really?
Go ahead, John.
My studio's about a block away from the Hotel Aspen site, so I was watching it daily, and they were very careful about it. They took all the windows out, deconstructed. I think they took all the metal plumbing out. It was methodical, and then the grinder came in, and that happened fast.
Right.
How noisy was that?
Very.
You know, and early on when we were just getting started on developing this ordinance, we had meetings with the contractors and all that, and we were expecting a lot of pushback. We got very little. What we heard from the contractors was, we are so tired of tearing down buildings and hauling it to the landfill. They embraced it and really bought onto the program.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, thank you so much, Kathy
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Michael.
Super
It's really
interesting.
great. Really
I do have
great.
one last question.
All right, Greg.
One more thing
Got
first.
questions, actually.
Well, going forward, who is going to be looking at, and maybe you're already doing this, looking at the city ordinance versus the county and trying to mesh them?
We're doing it
more?
right now.
That's it.
Well, I
That's
know
what
this
we're
is
doing.
part of it, but then who's following up on this discussion, and
Who's the city point person?
Yeah, I mean, we work pretty closely with city staff on various waste topics, so I think we will continue that conversation.
Yeah, we'll wait for direction from all of you. Tell us what
Yeah.
you want us to do.
I just wanted to say, I think it's great to see this, and as Tori said, it's fantastic progress, and it gives me a sense of optimism. I also wonder if the architects in the community are paying attention, and the people who are choosing the materials, and how they're going to build, and if that's going to change somehow, because it really shines a light on the wastefulness and with how we build things these days, and you've got to hope that there's some low-hanging fruit for the way we build. and that and hopefully buildings will be a lot easier to deconstruct. And knowing that their buildings have to be deconstructed, maybe they will design them a little bit more intelligently. That's the challenge I want to put out. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And Tori, will you introduce your team?
Yeah, looks like Ben Anderson is coming up. Philip
Anderson.
Pino maybe coming up as well. No, just Ben. All right. Yep.
Ben's got it.
I like it.
This is his new tactic, Tori.
No, yeah.
Clever,
I
clever.
shouldn't have said what I said about Kathy. And he's a quick learner back there.
Where's that?
Oh, I saw that.
They were going 3 side by side in the canyon?
Side by,
Are they filming Fast and the Furious 10 around here?
slow and,
Jesus.
it's called Slow and Stuck, actually.
Yeah, gee.
Slow and Stuck.
Yeah, totally. They couldn't get Vin Diesel to do it, so they had to amend the thing.
But I think he's online, isn't he?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Am I yet set up as a presenter? I did not get a notice asking to be a presenter.
He's there, but I don't see a hand or anything.
There
I'm
we
here
go.
for Anthony.
You're
Are
all
you
good.
looking for me?
No, yeah, we're just checking to make sure you're,
where
you know,
are you and what's
We're glad
going
to
on?
hear you're safe.
We want to make sure you hit the time clock, dude.
Oh yeah, no, I've been between Gypsum and Eagle at least 10 times since 7:30 this morning.
Oh, fun.
And how many times did you stop at Costco? They've got
Honestly,
great boxes
twice.
of
That's
cookies.
the terrible thing.
Twice.
The
Is that a
truth is
request,
out.
Patty?
10 hot dogs.
One day.
And a slice of pizza.
Madam Chair, is it okay if I share my screen?
Please do.
How polite he asked Madam Chair.
Decorum.
Sometimes.
Occasionally.
Good afternoon, commissioners and council members. Thanks for your time this afternoon. My name is Ben Anderson. I'm with Community Development with the City of Aspen. And Sarah asked us to give a brief presentation on perhaps one of the more important things that we did out of the residential building moratorium that was concluded this past summer. And I included a memo in the packet and some kind of information about some of the details, but we'll go over most of it in the presentation today. But feel free to interrupt me at any time as we're going through this. You know, I think the council, I'm sure, could perhaps be more eloquent than I in some of their reasons and justifications for declaring the moratorium and some of their expectations as some of their expectations as we were working on policy responses to their discussion and their concerns. But I will try to get into a little bit of that in the introduction. But for the council members, if you feel like adding anything to what I'm saying, please jump in, because this was as much your work as it was ours. So I think as you know, council made the decision to declare the moratorium, there was a series of issues that they were, I think, concerned about and wanting to respond to in some meaningful ways. And without getting into the details of this too much, but I'm happy to if you have interest, I think there was common sentiment from council and from staff.
Red is on.
Red is on. Okay, that's different than ours. First of all, you know, like the county, we have a growth management quota system. And I think there was increasing sentiment that that system, as it's currently structured, was not really equipped to respond to what we're seeing in our development context. It wasn't capturing the things that we're seeing now. It was built in a different time, in a time where there were different kinds of development activities happening, and our system now simply isn't responding to what's being built and what's happening in our development context. The second thing, and there was a lot of discussion around this, and if you look at the whereas statements from the ordinance that declared the moratorium, this was really a focus. Particularly in our residential sector, increasing residential demolition and redevelopment were not consistent with Aspen's leadership in the global climate crisis. I think we've been very clear for more than a decade about our response to climate action, and we wanted to see, I think, the built environment reflect those goals and those desires much more clearly than they were, particularly in the residential sector. We have some very clear statements in the AACP around the mass and scale of homes that council felt was inconsistent with community values. We felt that construction was creating an undue burden on neighbors. I think we got comments from citizens that if you go and stand on a corner in the West End and look around that intersection, that you'd see 4 or 5 construction projects in a neighborhood. And I think council was desiring to respond to that. And then lastly, I think we're increasingly concerned that the kinds of redevelopment that we were seeing was creating an undue burden on Aspen's infrastructure and environmental quality. So with those as kind of the problem statements, after work with our consultant team, staff analysis, initial discussions with the community, we started to pursue this path around looking at demolition. I think unlike the county and some of the analysis that you folks are in the process of doing about what's happening in your development context, we have a pretty clear understanding that Aspen's mostly built out. We're not seeing new subdivisions. We're not seeing vacant lots being developed because we don't have a lot of vacant lots. What we're seeing kind of driving our building permit process, our land use process, were demolitions and redevelopments increasingly. And so as we looked at this idea of demolition, amongst the tools that we had available to us in the land use code to try to respond to the concerns that council identified, this was the thing that we thought would be most effective at getting at some of those concerns and those interests. We wanted to make sure that our growth management system acknowledged this kind of development, didn't acknowledge it previously. Demolition for a long time in Aspen's land use code has served as a trigger for other requirements in the code regarding corrections of nonconformities, the provision of affordable housing mitigation, those kinds of things. I think there was clearly intention that we wanted to pace the impacts of these projects. I think that there have been ideas in the community going back, again, a couple of decades about how to do this. I think there's been some proposals about how to do this in the past, but looking at what was in the current context, this demolition allotment system seemed to be one of the ways of achieving this. And then just to give you a sense, this is a table that we used in talking about the topic with council. We looked at demolition going back to 2013 as our data would allow. And you can kind of see a pattern if you look at single family and duplex. That's really what this is a focus on. The grade column to the right, we had seen kind of a basic trend over years. And all of a sudden in 2021, we saw this spike of 15. If you take that average across those years, it was roughly 6.5. And that number 21 in 2021 of 15, I think staff was under the impression that that might have been the new norm, or might be the new norm moving forward. And I think some of the pressures that we had seen in the previous years were those projects from 2018, 2019, 2020 actually going into construction. And so I think those impacts that the community was feeling around the type of redevelopment that we were concerned about, I think we're trying to address that and trying to pace that to some degree moving forward.
Yeah, and I'd like to
Yeah.
jump in for one last second on this one too. I think it's important to note that during this time period when we were starting this, we really didn't have the short-term rental policy in place. And at that point, there wasn't a permit system that would start to be implemented and things like this. I think that is part of what was driving. We were seeing a lot of demolitions to be redeveloped as short-term rentals as opposed to new residences. And when you, quote, talk about the environmental impact, I mean, it's easy enough to think, well, if it's an older home, maybe it's a little leaky and a new home would be more efficient. But the difference is going between a 1,200 or less square foot older home to now something that maxes out with every electrical appliance you could possibly imagine on the inside. So there's that. And then the last thing is simply to say that, and you know this from your own development, you can have projects that take 3 or 4 years. And when those neighbors are like, I have this project for 3 years next to me, and then this one's just starting, is gonna go on for another 3 years, and just the you know, it was really affecting a lot of quality of life to have this unlimited, let's redevelop all of Aspen all at once and put all the waste in Pickens County's landfill. So we had to kind of pull all these different strings together at the same time.
And then lastly, I think, you know, one of the things that we think that this demolition set of policies is going to achieve is allow the attachment of heightened performance standards across a variety of different areas, and I'll talk about that in just a second, and review criteria for these types of projects. So if you are going to get a demolition allotment, your projects are going to be scrutinized more closely than we would have previously. So here's the basics of this system. First, we're incorporating this into the already established GMQS allotment system that we've had in some way or shape going back to the late 1970s. Council landed on 6 of these allotments per year based on the kind of historic trend that we had been seeing. Performance standards in the demolition and redevelopment of a home would be attached to that. Associated with this would be increased affordable housing mitigation requirements. And the intention on this is to create an administrative review based on objective standards. For those of you that have been around in the community for a while, going back decades, it used to be that when you were asking for a growth management allotment, you were in a competition, you were competing against other projects. We had some consideration about that idea of trying to have, you know, one of these demolition allotments compete with another. And going back to minutes from, you know, P&Z meetings back in the 80s when they were doing this, talking to some folks in the development community, we really wanted to make this as objective and straightforward as we could, because there was some concern about the subjectivity that was present in some of those previous systems. In terms of those extra performance standards, we are calling those, and this was the appendix to the memo that you received, what we're calling the residential demolition and redevelopment standards. There's a waste diversion program that, again, I think some of this was discussed with the previous presenters, and I thought it was great to hear some of that. There was some detail in that presentation that I wasn't aware of. But we set our standard at 35%. We have since implemented Green Halo. And I think the way city staff, you know, we've obviously been thinking about waste diversion from construction and demolition for some time, but we really hadn't launched it yet. And this was an opportunity for us to kind of dip our toes in the water, apply these standards to 6 projects a year, with the hope, I think, of incorporating this into sort of every building permit that goes in front of the city. But it was a way for us to kind of start to implement these things that I think across departments we had been thinking about for some time. We are requiring some embodied carbon reporting. This gets at the topic of the kinds of materials that are going into a new home and what the sort of ultimate carbon footprint of those materials are. We are requiring these projects to participate in our Building IQ program moving forward and giving us energy reporting once the home is actually built. And we just did a lot of this, or we're in the process of doing a lot of this in an update to our 2021 building codes. It's going to be in front of council for second reading next week. But applied to these first projects, some really high building energy performance in terms of their thermal envelope, and putting them on a path towards electrification. We didn't require electrification, but we did have some standards that sort of get these projects ready if they would like to pursue electrification in the future, for PV systems, battery storage, those kinds of things to get them ready for that. And some increased stormwater requirements, trying to discourage, the term is escaping me right now.
Impervious surfaces?
Well, encouraging impervious surfaces, but, encouraging pervious surfaces. But the kind of the stormwater, the really highly intensive infrastructure of stormwater retention on site that requires a lot of concrete, as opposed to using more natural techniques to sort of diffuse stormwater. So
Rainwater gardens.
encouraging rainwater gardens and stormwater wells. The term's escaping me right now, but we have been seeing those as kind of the primary sort of mechanism for dealing with stormwater, and increasingly they're very highly engineered. They use a lot of concrete, and they often don't last for a long time.
Dry wells.
Dry wells. Thank you, Rachel. That term was that term was escaping me for some reason. Yeah, sorry. Dry wells. Exactly. Thank you, Rachel. The other thing that we were seeing these homes that were, I think as Rachel just said, going from a relatively modest home to something that was fundamentally different in redevelopment. And in the end of the day, seeing very little affordable housing mitigation coming out of these projects. And so we looked at kind of these different levers that we have in our affordable mitigation program. And we changed 3 of them. 2 of them kind of increased mitigation requirements, and 1 of them reduced a little bit. The big thing that we did was include subgrade areas, garages in the existing floor area count. And we also, in these demolition projects, got rid of the credit for existing floor area. And we also kind of reduced our employee generation rate a little bit to try to encourage additions or more minor remodel projects. And then we did increase our fee in lieu associated with our mitigation requirements, mostly around construction cost increases that have been documented in the construction world. And then just to give you a sense of what this did on a typical redevelopment scenario where, let's say, a 2,000 square foot home was demolished, including basement and garage, getting rid of the credit for existing floor area. Pre-code, this project would have been paying about $75,000. Post-code change, roughly $325,000. More than a 4-fold increase for these redevelopment projects. Now, there's not a world where that's not a significant increase. But I think, across the Aspen context where it's costing us, north of $1 million to build a 1-bedroom affordable housing project, these numbers start to I think reflect some of the other numbers that are present in our real estate economy.
Ben, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
about
please.
this? So the projects where they lift up the small houses and then dig out the entire lot and do the whole 5,000 square feet underground kind of thing, that's not possible anymore under this?
No, it's all very possible. And typically those are for, when that happens, typically those are homes that are protected within our Victorian Historic Preservation Program. But if, let's say, a house from 1980 did that, and they didn't, and I didn't want to get too much into the weeds in this, but I do think that we have this very important standard in the land use code of 40%.
Yeah.
And if you cross a 40% threshold, you're now considered demolition, and you're subject to all this new stuff. And so we're hopeful that one of the outcomes is that more people do that with homes that aren't Victorians. That are not Victorians.
Rather than taking them down.
Taking them down and throw them into the landfill. Because in our view, there's significant implications for crossing that 40%. And some people are fine with that and want to make that move. But I do think that we made that less attractive to some degree here. But I think the scenario, as you currently see as you're driving through Aspen, most of the projects that are doing that are doing it with Victorians, where they can't tear down that structure.
But they're basically well over 100% of the original square footage.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, potentially. So the current status, we have issued 6 allotments issued for 2022. We've issued 6 allotments issued for 2023. There was a fair amount of discussion in the newspapers around the way that the applications for 2022 came in. I'm happy to talk more about that if you have interest. I described it a little bit in the memo. What that means, though, and the decision the council made in resolving that issue, is that there aren't any more demolition allotments available for 2023. However, there are some paths available for projects that may be seeking allotments this year. All of them require going to City Council and asking for an additional allotment in some way. There's a couple that Council directed staff during the moratorium to add a couple of 2 allotments per year for local owner residents who have been in their homes for more than 35 years. That if they came and asked us for an allotment, and all the allotments for that year had been issued to others, that they could get one of 2 additional allotments that were kind of carved out yearly for locals. People can ask for an allotment going into 2024. We've had that provision in the land use code for a long time, and they can also just appeal our decision that we're not issuing them allotment because they've been denied for some reason. So there are some paths. But all 3 of those paths have to go to City Council. And then Council has given us direction for the 2024 process to improve our application system so that we try to discourage some of the...
Gamesmanship?
That's a nice word.
Nice word.
Gamesmanship that happened in 2022 that I think we weren't anticipating. And I do think that ultimately the solution the Council found related to that appeal, I think was equitable and fair in responding to the situation. But that's currently where we are. I'm happy to talk about any of the details and more give you more details and answer questions and get into the weeds if you like. But that's all I have for you.
Just a question about the 35-year. How did you settle on 35 years?
I think there were a group of folks that I think came forward raising this concern. I think as we talked about this issue, I think there was some interest by council wanting to do 2 things. One, allow somebody who did have an older home to redevelop their home and build a nicer home for themselves and their family and stay in their home. But I think there also was some acknowledgement that these folks who had been in their homes for a long time, who had lived here, who, rightfully, because they've, seen so many other properties transition in such a way, be able to sell their homes with redevelopment potential, or to redevelopment and then sell. So I think it was putting a fairly high standard up there for folks that have been in the community for a long time, and recognizing that those folks were also sitting perhaps on older homes. And I'd let council talk about some of their reasons for doing so, but I think it was to set a fairly high standard for someone being able to take advantage of one of these additional allotments.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the logic that prevailed as much as anything, and finding a year, could have been 32, could have been 38, right, whatever, but it was, what moved me at least was the idea of a longer term resident, maybe more elderly, and are they competing against the real estate development community, and they've got to get theirs in with the 6 allotments and be able to be a perfect application that's up to par with all of our design firms, as opposed to maybe trying to do it themselves with an application, or just not being in that same I'm a big developer mode type of person. So that, I think, might encapsulate why that was put there.
Have we had any interest from 35 plus group?
We did not in the 2022 or 2023, so none of those were really eligible or
they applied. Nobody applied.
We have had, I would say, we haven't issued any pre-apps yet in this year, but I bet we see 2 or 3 applications this year, maybe.
Got it.
For 2024.
They would be those if they were locals seeking a 2023. The process, just because of the way it's written in the code, we deny their initial application, and they would immediately come into the process with you to say, hey, we're a local resident, here's an affidavit that says, here's utility bills, here's our voter registration. Basically their job is to convince you folks that they're eligible for this provision. And but we've heard from a couple of folks that I think will be in front of you this year sometime.
Got it.
Greg, I just wanted a comment on the 35 years. One of the arguments that was presented is person X has been living in the community for 35 years. They've been working in the community. They've been providing workforce housing in the community for 35 years, although it's for themselves. So that was some argument in the favor of giving people that have been here a long time some kind of special consideration.
So Ben, this was These permits were issued first come, first serve?
That's exactly how we set up the application process. It was set up for 8:30 on August 8th, the first day that the moratorium came into existence, or came out of existence. And we were anticipating more than 6 for sure. We received 13 applications. And that number was kind of within our expectations of the projects that we were going to deal with. And as I explained in the memo, from 6 of the projects that were submitted, we received more than 400 emails with full applications associated with them, kind of duplicate emails. And it took us some time to figure out in that scenario with some forensic analysis to understand, how those emails came into our servers and when. And once we had that information, we then went into the land use code.
You mean like they were sort of like predated?
Some of them came in, yes, they came in over the course of a couple of days.
Oh.
And so it made it really difficult for staff to evaluate a fair way of ordering those applications. We ultimately went to the land use code and some provisions that we have around multiple applications, and issued 6 allotments based on that determination. That was appealed. It went to City Council, and City Council made this determination to issue 6 of the allotments for 2023. So of those 13, 12 of them have been issued allotments. The one that didn't receive an allotment was not considered for other reasons than the ordering of their application.
Okay, thanks.
It was an interesting process.
Any other questions for Ben?
I'd ask one quick one just regarding, say you've got, how would houses be compared? Say you've got a 35-year-old house or a 40-year-old house. It's an energy pig sitting next to a 40-year-old house that's still pretty decent shape energy-wise, and there's a huge disparity between carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions, everything else. Is there any way we can focus on the stock that really is emitting greenhouse gases at a more rapid rate than others? Is that something that's it's an aside, but it just popped into my head looking at this?
No, I mean, I think that was certainly part of the discussion with City Council. I think from staff's perspective, making those determinations from one house to the next, you can't just do a year of construction, because some homes that were built in 1970 were very well constructed and are still functioning perfectly today. Others were not built well at all. And to make those kind of evaluations, I think from staff's perspectives, were difficult. And so we intentionally did not make those distinctions. We'll see how this continues to play out, and we'll certainly evaluate that. I will also say that we did, in our building code adoption that we're in the middle of right now, we are making a lot of improvements and giving a lot of flexibilities to homes in the land use code as well for folks who want to upgrade. I will also say that we do have exemptions. If you've got a house that is in such bad repair and needs to be condemned, you wouldn't need a demolition allotment. And so, there are some exceptions. We have tried to encourage folks to sort of pursue energy efficiency in existing homes. But I think certainly it was part of the conversation, and I think there were members of council who wanted us to try to differentiate, the age of homes and that kind of thing, and we did not pursue that, but it might be something on the horizon in the future as we see how these projects play out.
Tori?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of share a little bit of Greg's sentiment there, and my personal preference. I'm hoping that we are looking at refinements to this program. Part of the reason that I was asking the questions about the landfill and the larger picture numbers there is because, let's say that there's, under our current codes, we don't have that diversion written into it yet. But let's say there's 2 homes of similar size. One has plans for 100% recovery and diversion of materials, and another doesn't. For me, the demolition of the 100% diversion should be something that goes ahead, maybe even before the other one does. So, it's possible that in the future we work towards a prioritized system. So whether it's the 35-year threshold, but more going along with what the bigger conversation here today is about the diversion, right? Demolition, as far as it is for the pace of construction, is one idea, but a priority for me really is the diversion of materials. So I'm hoping that we see, as we move through this in future years, refinements to this permit process.
Right.
That's my hope.
But let's not miss that to get any of the 6, there's a 35% demolition requirement now. So, regardless of the homes, but what I was going to say is that on the appeal process, if people were coming in, they need to kind of show how they've gone above and beyond, almost like you guys would do with a special review or something like that. But the real issue is it's about the market itself, because, are you going to try to sort that out among the 6 applicants that are there and split hairs about who's the most energy burning house, or is it their personal habits in their house, or is it the extra electronics in their house? So that is really just too nebulous of a standard, and we don't know which 6 homes would be applying in a given year anyhow. But it's certainly something we hope to continue measuring further down. I mean, we did spend a lot of time talking not long ago in a work session about how to increase the REMP program, limiting the amount that you can even apply for outdoors, period, in terms of snow melt, things like that. And there were some additional elements of REMP that we're looking at upping that hadn't been there before. One is a 200 megawatt, was that the?
200 million BTUs.
BTUs, thank you.
Yeah.
Would be the maximum outdoor no matter what. And right now, there's no maximum. It's more, you have to mitigate what you do, but we're saying there's a maximum, and you still have to mitigate that.
Right. Great.
That's a provision in the building codes that'll be in front of you next week.
We discussed that not long ago, and so it's not final, but.
I'd like to ask about, with your constrained site sizes and your concern about prolonged construction with neighbors right next door on all the projects, is there some way that the county can help your contractors sort their materials? I mean, I think that's where we want to go, right? Where we're diverting more and trashing less. So, so is there some way that we could work together to,
Great idea.
I mean, you have special circumstances. All your sites are in town and difficult. So
I think you should have to build a smaller house so you can put your recycling bins on your property.
There you go.
You want
You have to
switch
leave
seats?
room in your lot.
There you go.
That's not lost on us.
I know.
We
You
agree.
gotta look at everything, right?
In the very least, it's going to influence and impact, staging and the like. So yeah, you're close to the mark.
Yeah, Francie, throwing this out, one of my focuses on the question about the Hotel Aspen site that was being demolished on site is if the landfill has space available, that it could be hauled off-site, sorted off-site, and be done there, and that's perhaps a way that the county could help.
Do you want to speak to that, Kathy?
Mike?
Might reduce truck trips.
Yeah, so like I said, we collect that unsorted load fee, and it's pretty sizable. So we are, in the future, looking at on-site processing, so that we could take these unsorted loads and sort it for you. But
For a fee.
for a fee.
What if they
absolutely.
sorted it on your site?
Liability issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
some
space issues there.
space issues. We don't have a lot of flat ground, but
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's always anything's a possibility.
Do you pull off like appliances now or anything like that, or is everything just?
Very limited. When it hits the ground
Yeah.
at the tipping place, there's not much safely we can do. So
But
we-
you're thinking about a way to.
Yeah, we would like to have an area that an unsorted load comes in, he dumps, and then it runs through some sort of Willy Wonka factory processing line, then it gets sorted. And there's a lot of up and coming mechanical robotic features that are kind of coming online that are reasonably priced.
Yeah, my son Forrest sent me a link to a system where they do that. You need a lot of material coming in, but it is all roboticized, and they separate everything, and it's pretty incredible. And he thinks he's looked at doing it, but it takes quite a bit of investment, so it would be more like a tri-county thing or something. But he was thinking like gypsum, where you would have a truck come to Pickens County landfill. It could carry, I believe he said, 10 dump truck loads at one time, and then that would go to the facility at gypsum where it would be recycled, and then that could service Steamboat, Vale, Edwards, Grand Junction, Glenwood Springs, and it would be pretty much complete diversion. I don't know about wallboard, but if you want, I'll send you, so you could just look at those machines, Michael, Kathy, and Ben, and just see how amazing they are. It's pretty incredible. So it's something we could think about in the future. I think they're probably pretty expensive to send up, and then, of course, we have to set up, and then we have to find where the stuff goes from there.
Yeah.
Pays for that robotic machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, it's, so, yeah, Tori.
Do you guys at the county, do you guys talk any more about the expected end of our landfill and what plans are for after that?
Talk about it like
Sit down.
I'll pretend I'm sitting. Yeah, so we just completed probably a 6 to 8 year expansion, a lateral expansion to the north. So that went online or started to fill it back in June. Now we are working on our next phase, the southern expansion, which we're just now entering conversations with the state who permits that. So that could be pretty sizable, more to come on that. But
That's about 40 years, right?
well, if we get it all, it could be an additional 70 years.
Wow.
But
We can fill it up quicker than that.
depends what the state says, yeah. I'm hoping it at least gets me to retirement. So.
70 years, you can do it
No, I'll be dead.
Yeah, I want to thank the City Council of Aspen for passing that regulation for 6 demolitions. I mean, I told Tori and Sarah the other day, it's just fantastic that you guys have done that. It's still a lot of demo, especially with all the ones that are under 40%, but taking a step is just huge, and I'd love to have the county look at some kind of way to reduce demolition in the county as well. But, so thank you guys for that. It was a really big move forward.
I
Yeah,
think
John.
that's part of the discussion with our growth management committee.
Right.
Municipal League meeting in Breckenridge several months ago, and we both attended this seminar on changing your land use code and greening it up. I forget the title of it, but it was, we didn't know this at the time, but it was chaired by Shannon Mozingo, who helped us rewrite our code. At the end of her talk, which was super informative, there's a Q&A, and a gentleman stood up and said, and I forget where he was from, but he said, so, where do we start? How do we change? How do we become greener? And
How do we do
Shannon
better
said,
than Aspen?
Shannon said, well, you're never gonna catch up with Aspen, especially what they're working on right now. And I left there feeling pretty good about myself.
Did you say I'm from Aspen, by the way?
Well,
Oh, there was
when
no
people
need
say
to.
Aspen, they always mean Aspen, Pickens County. It's just like half of the communities of Denver have their own name, but I always call them all Denver. So
Right.
you guys get a little credit too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I believe they call us other names as well.
So I would love to transition to questions about the entrance to Aspen, unless there are more comments or prognostications we could make about the future of waste diversion, or you guys ready to move on?
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's assume that we've all read the preferred alternative and seen the presentation, and so let's open it up for anybody from any council to ask questions to the people who are presenting the preferred alternative. Patty?
I don't have really questions. I have possible suggestions. I think we've all been hearing a lot from the members of the community. I think people got inspired to send us things after they saw we were going to have this discussion this evening. One of the key things that came out to me was people are asking if they can, I know this sets us back in time, but let's do this right. They want to look at more options instead of just the preferred alternative. Things have changed dramatically in that time frame, especially with the environmental impact statement. It's been, 25 years? So maybe we need to think about slowing it down, looking at what has changed to come up with maybe some better options or opportunities. I think that's one thing. People are concerned, of course, about emergency evacuation. Pekin County has been working on that. We've got a great emergency manager, Valerie McDonald. And I think it would be a great opportunity for perhaps the city, the county, and Snowmass Village to have a joint meeting, have presentations about our emergency evacuation plans, because literally we're gonna all be in this together if we need to get out of Dodge. And I think that would be worth looking at setting up and having Valerie come in and present, and anybody from the city or Snowmass to pitch in, and maybe the the MTAC or whatever we call it, what is our emergency management group that gets together, have them participate. So we can start getting that message out to people. As we know, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It could be anything from avalanches to mudslides to floods to fire, we don't know. But we need to start getting the message out to people how you get out of here.
You want to know the current evacuation plan?
Yeah, what we have and what we might need to do to get that out to the public. I think that's really something I learned from your presentation the other day, and I took greatly to heart.
Yeah, well, and actually they do what are called test evacuations to see how
Yeah.
quickly, 8,000 people can leave a
But
community.
we need to find out what other jurisdictions are doing and how we can all facilitate this together.
Yeah.
The other issue that came up in a conversation I had from someone who called me was the wildlife issue, the wildlife crossing that the cut and cover the bridge would create. There's not a lot of wildlife that'll either use it or cross there. It was Tom Cardamo's, I think, comment from his biodiversity study, or what's the study that he's been?
It's called the Watershed Biodiversity Study.
Yeah.
I don't think he addressed that in the study.
No, but he's somebody I think we should bring in to discuss that and see what the issue is there and what would be beneficial. As I told Greg earlier, I don't know how many elk cross there to go to play golf, but you never know these days. So I think that those are three things that have been brought to my attention with the presentations that you guys have been doing with other jurisdictions. I've watched grassroots, I watched one with Snowmass, I watched the partial one I think you did with Basalt, and of course was present for the one that you gave to us, which I greatly appreciated. But I think there's community concern as we hear a lot. We hear it a lot with the airport. We're going to hear it a lot with our growth management, that we have already decided where we want to go, and we're just telling you with the guise of we're asking your opinion. And we're going to hear, we've heard that with the airport, no matter the fact we had 150, 160 people involved in the community discussion. We're still hearing we didn't go out there to the community. So it's the nature of the beast. We need to acknowledge it. And I think we need to take it into consideration before we jump on a solution without thoroughly vetting that times have changed.
Yeah.
Board?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the initial phase here that we're looking at is an educational phase, because there are a lot of people living in town that weren't here when all these discussions were going on, when the 43 alternatives were discussed. What I think a focus of what we're doing now is where are we? What's the record of decision? What can we do without reopening the record of decision, the EIS? Where, 27 votes, I don't know how many votes, but there's no overwhelming preferred alignment. So to just re-educate and in some cases educate the public as to where we are now in the process, what is the record of decision, and go forward from there. But at least to start on the same, I personally didn't want to get into reevaluating everything that's been presented over the close to 50 years, but where we are at this point, and transportation corridor, record of decision, the EIS, what can be done without having to go through that process again? And if we have to go through that process again, where are we on the timeline of when that bridge needs to be replaced?
Well, and I think the concerns that I've heard from people, it's been 25 years since the EIS was done. That document is old. Times and things have changed, from wildlife to the demographics of our community, to where people live, that now the boundaries of the city. So, and for somebody who has opened a record of decision many times myself, it wasn't that big a deal, but it depends on if it's a moderate or, a modification or a significant modification. That's all dependent, but, records of decisions need to be updated, as do EISs, and this might present an opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Francine. And thank you, Patty. I really fully understand that. And believe you me, we're getting letters, we're getting emails, and we're seeing these things in the newspaper as well. I think that it's really important to note a couple of things. One is that as much as we think of it as Aspen's preferred alternative, it was signed by the Pickens County Commissioners in Snowmass Village as well, and signed on to the record of decision and supported that. So it's all of ours preferred alternative at this point, unless we want to get rid of it and find a new alternative.
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's true. And the other thing I'd like to say is this is about framing a choice of the corridor alignment in many ways. We're all seeing a lot of comments that maybe we could rebuild a new bridge that handle 2023 looking to 2050 traffic and mobility needs in the exact same alignment where it is now. I'm not sure how you do that construction exactly where it is now, but it would also be very disruptive as well, and it would require a new record of decision to entirely change the alignment back to where it is now. And I do recall from the old screenings, it took out the reading room, white Victorian house by the Hickory House, the Christian Science Center, and a number of other real alignment changes in there to actually bring bus lanes through and go from the 2-lane bridge to a 4-lane configuration of some sort in that zone. So that would require a new record of decision. That's just plain and simple, to go to a totally different alignment. The alignment across the Meralt property has actually already been mitigated for in terms of its land exchange. The federal government considers it fully mitigated and in that sense maybe even federalized. And they had purchased the open space down below the Brush Creek Intercept lot and the river corridor and protected the riparian area. Who purchased that? The federal government. And that was also some of the more open space actually as well for the roundabout. So it really is a question kind of alignments. When you talk about tweaking a record of decision, I think that's quite possible in very small ways. If you go to a much bigger way, you're really talking about a new record of decision and a new environmental impact study. Because there is a record of decision now, you would have to have an environmental impact study. Maybe you could get away with just an EA, but that would withstand future lawsuits. The other record of decision, as you remember, Patty, you were there, two of us were there, it was a long time, was held up with lawsuits for a number of years, that it wasn't legitimate. And so whenever the state or the federal highway administration or whatever does an EIS or record of decision, they want to make sure it's bulletproof. They know it's going to be sued. Whether it's the neighbors on the current alignment or the neighbors on a new alignment, they're going to be sued. And so they will take a lot of time with that record of decision. And it's a little unknown as to whether the state would actually pay for another record of decision for us because we didn't like the last one. We could jointly fund maybe some engineering work or schematics to really flesh out what these other options are, but the state is not going to fund those for us. And so we need a joint commitment of all the users of the highway, Snowmass, Pickens County, Aspen, to help fund looking at some new alternatives. So a new EIS does not necessarily produce a different result. And part of the real dynamic here is, do we want a system that allows all of us throughout all the communities to control or manage future traffic growth? Or so is the entrance in the Castle Creek Bridge, should it be designed for a mass transit priority and supporting those sort of community goals, or should it be designed for increased traffic and more traffic input, more traffic flow? There's people on both sides of that, you know, believe you me. And I want to say something to be really clear for my own position, and I really appreciate a little extra time here. It's, I think, my last joint meeting with you guys.
Well, we like hearing from you.
But, you know, what was I just thinking? I'm looking at this as the type of natural disaster that people think never will happen. Whether it's your home's not going to flood in Montecito, California, or you're not going to have a wildfire, you're not going to have your beachfront wash away. You just don't imagine it until the day it's happened, or when you lose a good friend that I lost last night. And you just don't think it'll happen, and your life has changed. And if, as a community, we don't deal with that bridge, it's all of our economic future. You're not going to get guests from the airport into town with a failed bridge. You're not going to get workers into town with a failed bridge. You're just not. And if that bridge was not fully inspected this last time, they couldn't get underneath it because they were already doing the work on top of it. And they said that it would be now scheduled for 2024 for the next inspection. And it's about 3 or 4 points above deficient when they just put it on their list. And we have requested that they actually do a full inspection this year so we know what situation's really like. But if you were to start having to repair from underneath with the girders and the pillars and things like this, you're no longer going to be able to use Power Plant Road because they're going to be working down there. It's dangerous. And so I'm kind of looking at, I would hope that bridge lasts another 15 years until all of us have made up our minds and something new is built and so on and so forth. But I don't have the faith that that's going to happen. I don't have the faith that we won't be caught up really short. I mean, I've heard talk about, well, if you're going to try and do a new bridge where Castle Creek Bridge is, you'll have to build a temporary bridge over the Merle anyhow so that they can work on the old Castle Creek Bridge location. You know, things like this. It's just people aren't really, in my mind, thinking as much about the logistics of how you do this. I'm going to try to finish up here, and I really appreciate it. When we talk about where we're at now, again, I want to be clear. I fully support the Aspen Institute's work and the integrated mobility planning efforts. And I think that collectively we're spending millions of dollars already to fulfill that, whether it's a BRT or bike share or the in-town ride services and any number of other programs, car share. But the bridge is infrastructure. That's a management program. And I think the infrastructure that's in the record of decision gives us the tools to manage traffic growth in the future that we will need to make the IMS work, integrated mobility system and integrated mobility planning. And our traffic issues start when someone leaves the home in the morning. And it's easy enough to say we don't have a traffic jam until you get to the entrance to Aspen, the Castle Creek Bridge. But when you come up valley from down valley at 4:30 in the afternoon, you see the traffic problems there. And you see the traffic problems going through Glenwood. You see the traffic problems in Old Snowmass. And so our efforts to encourage HOV or the massive investment our community's made in bus rapid transit have all been about our desires to be able to offer mobility and preserve some sense of community and manage future congestion. And that's what the original half penny was about. And that's when the groups had all come together around a record of decision. And I know there's trade-offs in it, and I know it's not perfect. You know, what is? And if there was an update and we could make it light rail, that would be great. It was Pitkin County Commissioner Bill Toot who insisted that there had to be a bus lane option, that what if our community couldn't afford rail? we'll be stuck with nothing. There has to be a way to ramp up the rail with buses, or to at least have a busway. And that was the compromise that was made. I was in those rooms between the city and the county to get that document signed back in that day. So I guess I just would like to say I want to see transit as a priority in our future decisions. I want to see as little open space taken as possible. And I know this is a community turmoil between S-curves and people live on one side of the villas and people live on the other side of the villas, and how much we all do treasure the rural property. I mean, some of it was originally purchased for transportation purposes back in the day when the rail came across there. But so I'm happy to say, yeah, let's look at other options. And there's not as if we've scheduled a vote or there's going to be a vote. But at what point and how many millions of dollars can all of us commit to a new EIS, or maybe just $1 million to do some engineering to see if we even want to go to a new EIS at some point, and hope for the outcome of that record of decision. And very last thing I'll say is that you guys have all read the documents. There were 10 priorities that we were hoping as screening criteria to be used in that. There's no commitment or reason that a modern federal highway administration or transportation department would agree to make those the screening criteria for the future. They have a lot more highway users throughout the valley now who have a stake in it as well. At the end of the day, it is their highway. And the more they have to keep doing a $6 million repair, a $6 million repair, they're gonna say it's time to build something new. And it also happens when you fall below that sufficiency rating when you're inspected. I just had to make the decision to junk my beautiful little Honda Civic because the transmission fell out and it would cost more to fix than that thing is worth. And I think that's what's going to happen to us with the Castle Creek Bridge, and we're going to get the worst alternative built by people who don't have respect for the Pickens County values or the Aspen values that went into the original document. Thank you,
Rachel,
very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate hearing your perspective, and I think we're all trying to prepare ourselves to not have it anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Steve.
Thank you. I have to leave at 6 o'clock for another very important meeting, so I appreciate getting my few minutes in here. A couple of principles that have guided my thinking on this. One, there needs to be a bridge in a separate location from the existing bridge. If it has been suggested by some members of the public that we should just replace the Castle Creek Bridge with a brand new one, but as you pointed out, Rachel, that means we need to build a temporary bridge somewhere else. And I agree with doing a 2-lane bridge extending west from Main Street on the on your proposed alignment. I'm not in favor of doing a 4-lane bridge there for reasons I'll get into here. So I agree with the alignment that you have picked for 2 lanes, and as I recall.
Stop saying I have picked, okay? Pickens County and the whole community.
No, you. It's the city that has given this. It's not Pickens County commissioners who've put out this latest proposal. It's the city council.
It's not a proposal. It's a current record of decision that Pickens County signed on to. We're just reintroducing it to the public.
25 years ago.
Well, let's just say that you've brought it to our attention recently.
Yeah, so the alignment that is proposed is, I believe, the very same one as in the record of decision. As I recall, the record of decision was only for 2 lanes on that alignment, and they were both going to be transit lanes, as I recall. I might not have it right, but so my second principle, having 2 separate bridges in separate locations over Castle Creek, is also very important for evacuation in the event of an emergency. One kind of emergency could be on a 4-lane bridge, brand new 4-lane bridge. There could be a traffic accident there that shuts the bridge down to traffic going both ways, and then everybody would be going through the power plant road trying to get out of Aspen. If you had two separate bridges and there were a traffic accident on one, you would still have a separate bridge with two lanes that you could have all the traffic divert that way. If there were a wildfire or the need for a massive evacuation of the city, if you could feed people into either Highway 82 or to Cemetery Lane and McLean Flats as two completely separate ways to get out of town, to me would be important, because maybe it's a wildfire and one of the ways is totally shut down. Then you have the other way for people to evacuate out of town. Independence Pass there might be fire up there. There might be fire on McLean Flats all at the same time. It gives you more options if you have two separate bridges. So looking at the two separate bridges idea, and this is would be my proposal, to have two inbound lanes go on the proposed alternative into West Main Street on a new bridge. The outbound traffic would follow the existing S-curves and across the existing Castle Creek Bridge. This has one advantage, that the existing Castle Creek Bridge would have half the traffic on it right as soon as the bridge is built, so the life of it probably would be longer. It wouldn't have to be replaced as soon. So that would be one advantage of that. A second advantage would be they both would be state highway bridges. So the city of Aspen wouldn't be stuck with, at some point in time, doing huge either replacement of the Castle Creek Bridge or major repairs on it just to take the Cemetery Lane traffic into town. It would be State Highway Department bridge, and they would be primarily responsible for replacing eventually the existing Castle Creek Bridge. So that would be a major, and one other major advantage to Aspen.
So that's a vote for a new EIS to be able to do something.
It might be a new EIS, I don't know, or it might be a revision to the EIS, but
It's a new one. That's a new one.
I would
expect that level.
now I know part of the proposed alternative, you were proposing eliminating the existing Highway 82 between the golf course and the Merle and re-vegetating that. My proposal would leave a highway there, but then looking at the land bridge tunnel concept over that you have near the Merle barn, I really like the picture of that. It's like a wildlife crossing, but it would also be for hikers, skiers, bicyclers would also be going over that land bridge over the highway. And they could also have a separate land bridge over existing Highway 82 next to the golf course that would make a continuation for wildlife and for humans on foot and on bicycles to go, like from the bike lane by the golf course, clear over all the highways without having to go, it'd be a really, I think, good scenario for people on foot or on bicycles. I guess a final thought is, I feel like there needs to be 4 lanes going into Aspen. 2 of them would be bus lanes. 2 of them would be car lanes, which someone pointed out, well, the cars aren't going to speed up very much, hardly at all. There's still going to be a traffic jam. The bus traffic would speed up tremendously. And if you ever get on a down valley bus in Aspen during the rush hour, it can take you, I've been on one, it took half an hour to get out of town because the buses are mixed in with the cars, because they're all compressed into one lane going out out of town, if the buses have their own separate lane, dedicated lane all the way, they leave Main Street, they get out onto Highway 82 and they're on their way and they stay on schedule the whole time. And that's a huge advantage and a huge incentive for the whole concept of getting people out of their cars and onto the buses. And I'm a frequent bus rider. I virtually never drive my car into town ever. So I speak from experience on riding bus and what would speed the buses up. So it's a different proposal than what you have, although it has major similarities, but it would involve ultimately two lane bridges over Castle Creek instead of one 4-lane bridge. Thank you.
John?
Just 2 quick points I wanted to make about the Castle Creek Bridge, and Steve, I'll elaborate on what he was saying. The current bridge is unfair to public transportation riders. They have to wait in traffic to be able to, they're doing their best to help out with traffic, keeping it at 1993 levels. But they're getting the short end of the stick in this scenario because they're stuck in traffic like everybody else. The other point I wanted to raise is, as Rachel's pointed out, I think the bridge is rated at 52.4 out of 100. And at 50...
If 50, it goes on their replacement list, and they may come up with weight restrictions.
Now, nobody's really pointed this out yet, but once the Lift 1 corridor project gets going, there are close to 11,000 dump trucks of dirt that are going to come out of that hole, and they're all going to be going across the Castle Creek Bridge. I think that that's going to increase the wear and tear on that bridge, and that's something we should be concerned about. Thanks.
Or 22,000 weight-restricted loads.
I want to point out that it's 5:56. If people want to continue this conversation, I want to continue it, but I'm happy to let it go so people can leave on time. I just want to check in with everybody and see. Do you have some things you'd like to say, or you have to go?
I have to go. I appreciate the conversation, though.
Skippy?
Just a brief comment before we go on time. You know, from the conversations I've been having broadly, it could be that this is a quick process and it gets moving. I highly doubt it. I think this is going to take a lot of time. I think we're going to hear a lot of interest in other ideas and explorations. But the emergency evacuation problem is a problem now. That will not wait for any better or the same emergent solution. And so I just want to enter into the conversation, you know, what, if any, things can we do working together for temporary or improved emergency evac? Yeah, I think that's really important. So I'm looking forward to it.
What are you saying, Skippy?
Well, you know, what temporary or improvements can we make so that if this conversation does take 2 or 20 years, we are not in a worst case scenario during the process.
So you're recommending another meeting where we understand what our current evacuation plan is like?
First, what it is, and then what could we do to temporarily improve it if we come to that.
Greg?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Skippy. I agree. I think I'd like to have a really clear idea about the evacuation thing, because I don't want it to be held up to be more than it is or less than it is, but I don't quite know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I wonder what other options exist for evacuation. If we had to evacuate quickly, we have 2 other ways out of town on the Rio Grande and the Midland Trail, which may or may not be useful, as well as the power plant road. So, and we may not be evacuating that direction anyway when we think about it. So I think we need that assessment. The other assessment that I really want is to understand, you know, it's hard to imagine rebuilding Castle Creek Bridge in situ while all this activity is going on. But if you look at any major congested city on the planet, they're building bridges while the traffic's flowing, and I don't know how they do it, but they do it.
Not in the same location.
Well, let's find out. I'd love to have an engineering assessment to come and say, listen, you guys are, you know, this is possible, but it'll cost this, is probably what an engineer will say. But we should know that. So I would just like to have a really clear idea of what this means.
I'm just going upstairs.
That's all I've got.
And I agree with that, Greg. And the thing is that at some level, the state and the feds say, this is your fiscally constrained plan. they don't like the pie in the sky or ultimate plan.
Right.
They tend to bring you back down, unfortunately, for the I-70 corridor and a number of places.
So it looks like we're losing most of our commissioners.
Let's do it again.
So I would like to recommend that our next meeting include the evacuation plan, or maybe even separate meetings before then, so that we're not waiting 2 or 3 months
like to bring
to get this important
Bring Valerie
information.
in on that.
Say again?
Bring Valerie McDonald in on that.
Exactly.
She knows it.
Exactly. So if I would recommend we do it sooner rather than waiting until April, if everybody is really anxious to find out what is the evacuation plan and given the status of the bridge. So why don't Tori and I will talk and see if we can come up with possibly a meeting sooner than we would have expected otherwise. If that's okay with everybody?
I'd like to offer an amendment to that, only that I think an actual understanding of the situation with the bridge, which definitely needs to
Right.
be replaced, be as important as the evacuation plan.
Okay.
Can I just, real quick?
Yeah,
just
Patty.
Just for 2 things really quick. What we're finding with trying to get federal monies right now is if the federal government doesn't see we have community consensus, they're very unlikely to give us millions of dollars. And any project we do with the entrance is gonna take federal monies at some level and at some time for something. So that's something to always keep in mind. If we can't bring consensus in, which is not an easy thing to do in this community by any means, that may be a detriment to our being able to get funding.
Just so I understand that, what we've talked about is there would be a public vote. So are you suggesting that the percentage of yes versus no would affect funding, or?
I don't know, because right now we're hearing it about the airport.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I think full consensus is maybe.
Yeah,
you know,
and I'm
part
not
of it.
saying that, but we don't, it's just, there's a fracture and the federal government sees that. The other thing I have to say really quick is, thank God the residents of Smuggler didn't listen to Pickens County Commissioners and not amend the record of decision, because we would have moved a ton of dirt, and we would have disrupted our community, and instead, we took a little bit longer, amended the record of decision, and ended up doing a much better project, just to put that out
So
there.
Sarah has come to the table. I'm assuming you're
Hi,
up here
Sarah.
because you'd like to say something.
Yes, it's on. I just wanted to let you all know, we're in conversations with the emergency management staff at the sheriff's office pretty regularly, including even today, on this very issue of evacuation and similar concerns there. I think an also very important partner to this table is the hospital and their challenges with you all as the ambulance district board representatives, and the challenges that public health agency, emergency agency is also experiencing with their current constraints. And we've been trying to, we've encouraged them to be at the table as well in those discussions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah, one last question. When are we getting the report back of kind of the public input and community input?
Sure. City Council is scheduled for a pretty lengthy work session on February 13th on this topic, and we're working with CDOT representatives because one of the things we've asked for is some clarity from CDOT, and we're hopeful that they might be able to start providing it on February 13th, particularly on process things. And examples of your question of will CDOT support financing another record of decision. They're not going to give us a solid yes or no, but they can definitely give us whether it's lukewarm or reasonable in their lens.
Getting more.
Right. Well, right. And there's the issue of getting this project properly placed on the Intermountain Transportation Plan. And a new record of decision will absolutely delay it there, which will delay its availability for federal funding. Doesn't mean it's the wrong thing. Doesn't mean it's the wrong thing, but it does mean it's something we just need to be honest with ourselves going into it.
Never hurts to get your name on the list.
Depends on what list.
Okay.
I've been on lots of them, let me tell you, you're absolutely right.
So we do have some other topics coming up this year, including affordable housing, which we're imagining we'll do at our 3rd meeting of the year. And I don't have my notebook with me today. Would you hit that?
Yeah. So we just wanted to let you know that we've heard from you about different topics that we want to be talking about. And we, in our conversation scheduling this meeting and the topics for this meeting, we identified some of them, for example, like housing that's not ready yet because the county is doing some growth discussions and work and having their conversations. Other items are the airport, water quality and conservation, wildfire, housing, as was said, the jail and public safety. So there's other topics that you guys have brought to us. We know they are on the docket. We're just trying to schedule them for what, for example, tonight's meeting was timely because of the work that we're doing with our demos, as well as the Newcastle Creek Bridge entrance to Aspen project. And so the other topics will be coming along in this year.
I think at some point too, we want to bring to you what we're learning with the childcare opportunities, financial opportunities.
Yeah.
When we've learned more and you've learned more, and how we might be able to create a cooperative project.
Yeah. Good, very good. And we just, we recognize that you're going to have a new police chief and we have a new sheriff, so
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons we put that on our agenda for a future meeting, is to talk about how is law enforcement going in our
How's
area
our
right
new
now.
jail coming along?
Well, thank you guys so much for coming and visiting with us. Thank you, staff. We always appreciate the work of staff above everything else. So,
Great
Diane.
discussion, guys.
Nice
And-
meeting, Francie.
Yeah,
Well done.
we'll look
Good
forward
job.
to the next
you.
one.
So Rachel,
and
you can always come to
maybe
the
it will
meeting.
be before you leave, Rachel.
We know you'll be watching us.
All right.
So do we have to adjourn, or can we just walk away?
We are done.
We are done.
We're done? Awesome.
Very good.